All right. So, YouTube, we are live. For the sake of the VOD, here are our plans today. Happy Thanksgiving. Little inside joke over on the Twitch. Let's finish publishing the browser extension. I think we got the Chrome one up. Unlikely they'll get it approved today, but whatever. We need to upload the Firefox one. And then let's focus on the WebLLM stuff, right? We've been kind of distracted by the browser extension and the CLI tool the day before. So let's focus on the Vue stuff for WebLLM, and then maybe move on to Svelte, Angular, Solid, Ember. I don't know. Man, I forgot all about the Did You Knows. Yeah, those are old. And what's up, Giannis? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Been a little bit. Did you make it to GitHub Universe again this year? I didn't get a talk accepted, so couldn't justify it. Yeah, me either. I did make it for Git merge, but that's like a different thing. Have you heard about the commits? So yeah, Render ATL is putting on an open source award show. So it's worth, hyping up whatever projects you worked on, people within your community that you want to amp up, things like that. There's a bunch of categories. And I believe anyone that gets nominated, right, that's like in the official, and here are the nominees type thing, those people will get a booth to, present their thing at Render ATL, which is a huge value. So check it out. Whether for you and your projects or just other people that you know in the community, definitely worth shouting someone out. Yeah, it's really cool. But okay. Vexilla for the win? Wait, what did Vexilla do? We haven't touched Vexilla for a while. Oh, you're saying nominating Vexilla? I still don't think it's ready yet. I'd be bummed to have it on that stage, but we could do it, right? It would just, conference-driven development. It'd force me to focus on it more. All right, so we are getting started, but, it's a holiday. Went and picked up more sodas. That is definitely the wrong screen, though. Yes, I played some League of Legends yesterday, and yes, in 2 of the 3 games I played, I was the most damage. No big deal. All right, so real quick, hold on. Time for a bit of the ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. And yes, that was an LCD sound system reference for the people with well-tuned ears. Alrighty. League of Legends disguised as a coding stream. Yeah, totally. All right, so 4 Roses time. I think 4 Roses time. I have like fancier whiskeys, but God, this is my favorite. So I'm giving thanks to Four Roses because I heard they might even be trying to be sold off. I definitely don't have enough money to buy Four Roses whiskey. Man, could you imagine if we did? That'd be cool. Alrighty, so we're going to finish publishing the browser extension. I don't think we got it up to Firefox yet, and we'll do that. And we could even propose it for Opera and whatever other stores there are out there. I think those are the main three, actually. All right. So, the Firefox store. That is not what I wanted, but we can go log in. Oh, authenticator code. Forgot all about that. Well, I just realized I don't have my YouTube chat shown where I need it. There we go. All right. Um, okay, that was it. Cool. All right. Submit a new add-on. You like the rail? Yeah, it's good. Oh, interesting. So what if I want nothing? Like I'm not collecting anything. Can I just say none? Yeah, okay. Boom. Yep. Cool. see if it'll let me build. Okay. Oh. Wait, what did I mess up? Yeah, so that should have been good. I don't know why it didn't show us the latest. Well, let's bump. Oh, hold on. Wait, why is it doing manifest version v2? Guess I wasn't reading that part. Maybe it'll just keep working, and that's fine. So if I do that as v1.0.2, and then this as 1.0.2, okay. Yeah, it's weird that it wasn't overwriting. Duplicate add-on ID? Okay, so Gecko, hold on. Did I just miss something in there? Oh, duh. Duh. Stoner. think I need... Let me do this. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay, yeah, so that did both. I'm not explicitly setting it to V3. Maybe that's something I can do as well. Not seeing a place to set that, though. Maybe I just set it there explicitly. Okay. All right, and then to the Chrome store, and we'll just copy all of this. This screenshot shows the extra content that is injected into the versions tab of the npm package details. Tags. Oh, wow, there's way more tags there. I don't think we need any of those tags. Yeah, why is one of the tags coupon? Because of that honeypot thing, right? Or honeycomb or whatever they called it. All right. Yeah, I'm going to say that's good. I feel like it's unlikely we would get approval today. Yeah. We came up with the icon yesterday. I'm really happy with it. It came out well. All right. I would assume the Chrome one is not public yet either. Unpublished. Yeah, exactly, McQuarrie. I feel like the CLI tool, we were getting like rate limited in a weird way and having to launch Puppeteer or Playwright, technically Playwright, to crawl that page just seemed like extra. So now, instead, when we navigate to this page, right, we see this loading version statistics, and we get this like nice tabbable interface. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And honestly, this is something that NPM should be doing already. So we're just doing their job for them. It's automatic when you load the page. I think so too. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. I think it turned out well. And just a little bit of prompting got us there. Honestly, it was way quicker to prompt this than it was to prompt the CLI tool, because it went down really weird paths with the CLI tool. But yeah, I'd say we're good on that. Once it's published, we'll do an announcement. We could do like a little hype thing. Now here's something. We see that. It killed it making a CLI tic-tac-toe game? So we do have a bug. Damn it. All right. We'll go to the GitHub thing. Only kicks in when navigating or when doing a fresh load on the versions page. If you are on a main page and click over to the versions tab, the results do not show up. This is most likely because the browser extension is looking for the place to inject and could not find it initially. We probably need to make it listen for changes to the URL. And only kick in when the URL has, and what is it? It's like active tabs something. And honestly, we'll prompt it and fix it. Like, fuck it, you know? All right. So we're not done yet. All right, so we're going to click back to plan. Yeah, thank you. And yes, I didn't end up going to the concert yesterday, though it would have been really in the spirit of the holiday if I did just go spread a bunch of disease, right? Wink. Exactly, right? I would have just been celebrating the holiday properly. No, I'm sorry. Me and one of my oldest friends, this is like a side joke we have. Exactly. I'm just spreading the love, and by love I mean flu or smallpox or whatever, you know. Hold on. Oh, gotcha. No, honestly, there's nothing wrong with using a GUI. Like, I think the GUI is especially useful for more complicated things. Like, there's stuff that you can do with GitKraken's GUI that I would not even attempt to try and do with command line stuff. It's just rare for you need to do those kind of things, you know? Right? Like, there's definitely the people who are like, why would I use a GUI when I have the command line? Because sometimes you need to do some crazy shit with Git, and it's not worth memorizing something that you do once a month, once every 3 months, you know? Like, let a GUI do that for you. But for simple stuff like a commit message or looking at my status, like, I don't know. I'm just going to use the command line. There are very few things I don't have to look at the keyboard to type, right? As long as I get my hands in the right place. I can do git commit -m without looking, right? Like, there's very few things I can type like that. I look at my hands when I type, and I don't mind. But, like, git commands have become muscle memory. Let's look at what they did. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I think I do want to get in there and do a save because it's not using prettier like it should. There we go. We should bump our version because it's a fix. Yeah, what's up, 3D Factor? My thought on tabs versus spaces is it doesn't fucking matter. Use whatever auto formatter you have available. And stop arguing about bullshit that doesn't matter. What's up, Via Sanctus? How you doing? All right, so we updated the version. We're gonna need to do some build stuff. NPM fund. There you go. Yeah, pay me. No, I don't need any money for this. Oh, you meant to type that in your CLI. That's even better. Now, I'm not actually sure this fixes the bug. Let's double check that. Uh, 3D Factor, if you're using tabs, you can just configure your editor to make tabs be too spaced. Like, that's kind of a shit argument, too. Just use whatever auto formatter is available. Do whatever the rest of your team does, and stop caring. It does not affect you. All right, so still kicks in on this page. Perfect. If we were to go to README and reload and then click over, voila. There. All right, so yeah, we do pnpm build and then zip. That's kind of the annoying part. I can't even upload a new version until they've gotten to the old one. I think Firefox at least allows me to, right? But yeah, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Let's see. So you're doing well. You're a bit tired but happy. Full day of building Elixir libraries. That sounds fun. Nice. We do need to get stethoscope working at some point. That'd be kind of nice. But not a big deal. But yeah, so we'll just have to submit the Chrome version eventually. While we're waiting, though, Opera extension marketplace. I think we just upload the Chrome one to there. All right, category, developer tool, available for auto publishing. Yep. Version is 1.0.3. You won't connect to Twitch during vacation? That's fine, Brainless. Don't feel bad about that. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a Chrome thing specifically, but I'm okay with it. Could be worse. I can't even copy that shit. Oh, yeah, I can. Cool. Uh, ooh, hold on. MIT license. Unless it's at the bottom. They make me do a 64 by 64. That's just mean. That's just mean. Ah, sons of bitches. All right. Well, that stuff stuck at least. All right. That was the end of the album. Let's do another. All right. What's the deal, dude? And hey, Ryan Tupo. Yeah, howdy, howdy. How you been? What's the deal, dude? Well, yeah, we'll just let that time out, I guess. But that would be fucking hilarious. That would be hilarious. Like, I know I've submitted from Firefox before. But yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. I'd say we're good for now. We'll leave it. I didn't mean to close the Firefox one. All right, we'll pop all three of those out. That's just a separate browser window. Call that good for now. That's still pending, which is weird. But then, yeah, we can close this stuff and that. And that's right. That's where we left off with the extension. So, yeah, we were setting up components. And View Shad CN is the one that we opted into, which means I accidentally closed that, didn't I? Yeah. So I wanted that open still. We can close the open code thing. We can close that. We'll leave that. What I do think I want to do is we're going to navigate to the README, refresh. And I do want to record like a video of this using QuickTime. And we're going to do a little bit of hype for it. Oh. And then, yeah, QuickTime. New screen recording. file export as maybe just save. npm version stats.mov. Yeah, this is the chat. Yep. I know, right? 3D factor. Wait, I'm unsure on if Twitter supports the MOV file, so let's just post it manually. And we could just shorten it. Cool. Yeah, so we'll just do this one by one to each. I just always forget like which platforms support movie file or like MOV files or not. So yeah, we'll just do it manually because why not? Looks like that one's good too. And then, last but not least, do we think LinkedIn supports it? Yeah, I should have tagged open code. You're right. Whatever. Only place that would have worked was Twitter. Okay, so looks like MOV files are good for everyone. All right, cool. So now, back to the thing at hand. Theoretically, I've run into issues in the past with certain formats of MP4. I swear, like, MOV didn't work on Blue Sky like a month or two ago. Maybe it was like way earlier this year, but there was a time where MOV didn't work on Blue Sky. But now that we know MOV works everywhere, we're good. Yeah, GIF has worked everywhere forever. But yeah, MOV, I've had issues with that. And I feel like I've had issues with certain versions of MP4, but I forget which. Because MP4 is just a container format, right? Like the codec under the hood is the thing that can raise issues. And it was either like H.265 or H.264. It probably wasn't 264. It was, I think it was like the 265 that gave me issues. Is an MOV for larger files? No, MOV is just another container format. The tricky thing about all of these files, yeah, I think it was 265 that had the issue. But the thing about all of these extensions, they're just containers, right? So MOV versus AVI versus MP4 versus like Matryoshka, they're all containers, and the codec under the hood is actually what matters the most. But still, some things, even if you were using a proper H.264 in an MOV versus an MP4 file, some services in the past have really fucked up on MOVs for some reason. The file size is purely dictated by the codec, not the container. Yeah, I think a lot of these things were like weird licensing issues. But yeah, like video formats is just super confusing and annoying. It really doesn't matter. Like, unless you're doing a lot with video, you don't have to think about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's definitely a bunch of stuff with like weird licensing issues. Oy. Yeah, thank you, Moshiko. All right, so then back to this project. In this View 3 sandbox, we have the Vite config, we have the Tailwind, we have that. All right, so that's the step that we left off on there. And then here, we just want to do that part. Oh, actually, that one we could leave. And let me read this larger post. And yeah, 504, that's gateway timeout, right? Yeah, gateway timeout. So that's a weird one. MPEG is performing extortion at this point. Yeah, dude. They're just evil at this point. Yeah. That was it. Okay. All right, so button, input, and select, I think are all we need. When you're doing ShadCN, can you add multiple? I feel like I've tried in the past and it failed, but maybe they fixed it. What all did we add to the React one? Let's double check that part. Button, input, select, and spinner. I'm spinner. I think I need to rewatch Death to Smoochie again. He's actually kind of sweet for such a big guy. Like, I don't know. It's like, oh man, Death to Smoochie is like one of the great dark comedies, in my opinion. That Cable Guy. There's a couple other really good dark comedies, but those are like top of my list. Within minutes of posting my extension. Hello there, I came across your extension, NPM version stats. It looks like a hidden gem that more users should know about. I help Chrome extensions go from overlooked to in demand using organic growth campaigns and review funnels that are 100% Chrome Web Store safe. Many of my clients have grown to 1,000 plus users in a few weeks using my system. Take a look. Fiverr.com and some bullshit. Dude, bot's gonna bot. What is this? Botswana? Reporting spam. Yes, block. How do you guys like my spammer voice? That was pretty good, right? It's a pretty solid spammer voice, yeah? I'm proud of it. But yeah, what's up over there on the YouTube? How you doing, King? Dude, it's not even approved yet. How do these people find these things so quickly? There's gotta be there's gotta be some kind of like RSS feed or something they can listen to. I'm so curious about that. Because we haven't even been accepted yet. As far as I know. Oh, hold on. Now I gotta verify it's me. Have I heard about the Shai Hulud attack? I have. I'm a little worried that maybe I'm compromised, but it's really meant to scrape CI/CD, like environment variables. So I feel like I should be good. Oh, looks like we can submit the Chrome one again, which is interesting. Oh, it looks like version 1.0.1 is published already. Oh, shit. So maybe that's what they saw. Is it really already available? Yeah, you were right. There probably is a guy working today. Shit. And that's awesome. So yeah, that's where the spammer got that from. It's crazy how quick they were on it. I found out it was public from the spammer before I even found out from Chrome. That's crazy. That's so crazy. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, weird that we were getting timeouts. Yeah, it's kind of their job to know, right? But ooh, what am I getting itchy from? Like histamine bumps. Yeah, crazy. Just all of a sudden, too. Oh, McCory, yeah, that's rough, man. Like, yeah. People ask if AI is going to take developer jobs, and it's going to take only jobs from, like, those kind of people. You know? But, yeah, at least you're putting in the work. You get it, you know? All right, so that was the last song on the album. And King. So crazy how within a month or so the same group managed to do the same attack twice successfully. It could be a webhook or pub sub instead of RSS too. You're saying like the package being published. I think they're just scraping. There's probably like a new extensions like page they can scrape even. Oh shit! Hold up. No, this is cool. I forgot to press play on a new album because I got distracted. Oh shit. I'll go straight to this guy's thing. So it looks like Atmosphere Conf is moving to Vancouver in March of 2026. Might be a good excuse to go to Vancouver. And I guess if I'm heading up there, I might as well go snowboarding a couple days before it, right? I guess. I might as well. Because my enhanced driver's license can get me into Canada. I do need to get my passport to go basically anywhere else, though. So I need to get that going anyway. But King, yeah, you might make it to Atmosphere Conf. You definitely should. All right. Yeah, that's cool. I wonder. I know it's probably like blasphemous to do it on Twitter. And ooh, hey, thanks, Space Case. Um, King, you think you slept wrong and or pulled a muscle during your sleep? Your upper left arm is hurting like a bee. That's not a good thing. How's your breathing and all that? Because left arm stuff is closely related to like heart stuff sometimes too. Like, you know, if it's like properly the muscle or something, but I'm just saying. Check your blood pressure and heart rate. Check your breathing. If you're fine, then you're fine, but I mean, you're in Canada. It costs you nothing to be safe. No issues, chest, shoulder, anything, right? No like back pain. Because a lot of people mistake like heart issues as only being like front of the chest, but no, you can like when you're having a heart problem, it can sometimes manifest as like pain in the middle of your back. So, all right, just double checking. So yeah, I'm going to post this over to Twitter too. Uh, Hold on, let me grab what I typed on Blue Sky because I'm lazy. All right, all right. I know. We are taking our sweet time to work on code, right? Well, it's a holiday. Deal with it. All right, so we've installed the components. We need to get them into the UI. Man, I really hope I'm healthy by tomorrow. Thank you, King. Appreciate that. There we go. All right, so we got these components here. What we want to do next is start replacing things. So we're going to do a select. I think it might have nailed it there. And then let me double check. So I'm going to close all of this. All right, so we got app.view and then app.tsx. We just want these to look pretty similar. And it's the V click. No. All right, so now I forget view syntax for this stuff. Oh, it's at click now. I guess you can do V on. Oh, that's it too. So it's not V colon, but we can just do at click. And then there we go. Except no. Oh. Do I have to do it as a function elsewhere? It's a little annoying. Yeah, no worries, Kinslayer. King, I mean, an inline function really doesn't matter much. But yeah, maybe it's because of how view works and you don't want to redeclare the function every time. So that's why you do it up here in the setup. I get it. It's just a little annoying. What am I doing wrong? Select trigger content item. Select trigger content item. I don't care about the label. Oh, maybe this is it. We need select value. Oh, because I killed the server. Well, that would explain it. And this guy's awesome, right? Jeff Lindsay is super cool. Y'all should probably give him a follow. Yeah, I know you can create your own modes, but I'm still very much like early to these things, so I haven't created any other modes yet. Just because I don't know what I would want anyway. But the planning versus building thing is awesome. I really like that. One just for commit messages? Okay. Yeah, I think I'd benefit from seeing how other people, like who are more experienced in these things, how they set up their open code. I think that'd be kind of cool. All right. So, yeah. So, one thing I'm wondering is why does the button in dark mode have like the totally wrong text color? That one's weird. Like, I feel like that's it. But we don't see what that is evaluating to. Oh, it seems like maybe that's the issue. So yeah, Shadcn View doesn't ship with all of the dark styling I'd expect. I wonder if this is part of it. Like, I should just get rid of all of this. Well, that kind of broke everything. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of everything. Maybe I'll leave some of that. Whatever. We'll do that. Let's do another tab. All right, so we'll do it the exact same styling as the React one. Which I guess I already had a little bit. And it looks better at least. Okay, so then looking at the difference between these, the download status thing ends up being that. Fetching params. All right, so that part's all wired up. But that's in that one. Whoops. We want to do that here and make sure that works. But, yeah. Hold on. Nope. Wrote that as if it was React code, and it is not. This would be like a v if. Oh, and yeah, so that's going to be the issue because value is not that. Is that it? I think we just... Okay. Yeah, you got to do colon. Okay, so it's colon for values at for functions. I think I was mistaking that. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, and we're doing set model loaded, which isn't a thing. Yeah, it makes sense, King. I haven't done Vue for years. It's been a while at least. We do see that fetching happening, but it looks to me like this progress report value isn't properly reactive. All right, so that could be a problem of our library. Like the progress report value isn't being properly sent back out. And King, as far as I understand it, computed is for derived values. So we don't want to calculate a value based upon a reference changing. References themselves are reactive already, though. So this ref that we're bubbling up should be good to go. There we go. All right. What other state are we tracking? So yeah, model loaded, model ID, new message, and chat history. So then we get to the chat part. King. So I was talking about my stream chat app thing and how streamers are not a good target audience for a business. Yeah. A Stream Deck support. Again, streamers are a terrible target market, dude. They're not worth building a business around. Like, other companies have done it, sure. It's still a bad idea. Right? Like, King, you're self-selecting for streamers that have already bought a Stream Deck. It's a very small market. Unless you're Twitch. Even then, I don't think Twitch is making money, are they? I understand that, King. But still, the amount of people that own a Stream Deck is already self-selecting for a smaller market than just streamers. It's kind of a bad business. I'm surprised there are still businesses trying to do that. Yeah, it's crazy how many businesses manage to survive without any revenue. Or with not enough revenue, you know? Just chasing that dragon after getting some kind of initial funding. Elgato is doing well because Elgato is more than just streaming, right? So I agree that Elgato has more of a business, right? But just recognize, like, yeah, my chat overlay thing is just for streamers. Elgato is for anybody that does video content. It's a much bigger market than just streamers. Streaming is niche. Video production is not. Like, it's still a niche, but it's not as niche, right? There are companies that can thrive in a niche, but I just can't justify it for something I want to spend time on. The big thing, X Factor, is streamers don't like paying for services. If they're making any money, they probably don't want to change anything because they don't want to mess up the sauce that got them into making money. If they're not making money, they're a terrible target market too. For any kind of recurring service that's going to cost them money every month, you are selecting for a very small slice of available streamers. Yeah, right? A lifetime package. I don't know. If you want to build a business off of like merging chat messages, King, go for it. But there's a reason you're not doing it either, right? It seems so easy. Why aren't you doing it? Because it's a bad idea. All right, I feel like we have this wired up, but do we? We'll find out. I'd say we're good. So while a woodchuck can chomp on wood, it's not the same as a woodchuck chuckling. Okay. Oh, wow. We haven't committed anything to this for a while. We'll just add everything. Right. We'll want to make all this stuff look prettier, right? No, it's a public repo. I hadn't pushed anything up for a while, but yeah, it's public now. Have I tested Biome yet? No, I haven't. King, you'd love to add Biome to pretty it up. I mean, Prettier is already prettying it up. So I'm not sure what you're saying there. Like, yeah, we've got Prettier and it's auto formatting already. Why do we need to add Biome when Prettier is working? All right, so let's actually start scaffolding issues just in case people want to, like, contribute their own flavors. And King, what link is broken in chat? No, it's just replacing CM Griffing with Tally. But yeah, King, before you go creating a PR, maybe create an issue for whatever you might want to try and do. Hey, Spheriphoria, how you doing? Let's do the shout out thing. And yeah, you were doing some more debus stuff, right? Debust, it's like deplane, deplane. I can't remember if I made that joke last time you were here, but that's a solid reference. Ooh. So yeah, what were you doing with the debus? Okay, so you're writing a WM, a window manager, right? So you need to expose the window list somehow. Then when you write a taskbar, you're going to need notification system tray support, which are dbus on Linux. So just making sure you know how to be a service as well as a client. Very cool. For everyone out there, I am currently working on this thing, and yeah, I haven't updated the README yet. But the idea behind it is there is a package or a library called WebLLM. Yes, and it already works. Like, WebLLM already exists. You can test with it and fiddle with it right now. And it's not using Wasm, it's using WebGPU. It may be using some Wasm on top of that, which I think maybe it is. But WebGPU is the thing that makes it like magic. Because WebGPU is almost a direct translation layer between Vulkan or DirectX or like OpenGL. Yeah, which is pretty damn cool. So yeah, this already exists, and they have like a simpler version of it, which is using just the WebLLM stuff under the hood. My goal is currently we're building wrappers around the WebLLM library into wrappers for specific frameworks so that you don't have to wire that up yourself. Now, right now, we're just doing it pretty naively of the things that we're abstracting. So we're currently just abstracting like the progress report from when you select a model and start downloading it. We want to show you that progress, and then as a consumer, you can choose where to show that in your app. But the idea is just simply exposing the engine, the progress report, the available models, and a function to load the model that will trigger like reactive updates in your application so that you can do things like that too. And there's always more that we can do, but we're starting like intentionally kind of small. And then as we start building applications with it, we'll discover what else we need to do. But as we're just like copying this into various like framework sandboxes, we're just doing like the bare minimum for what this needed as like a demo app. So we've done React and Vue so far. The next one we're going to work on, I believe, is Svelte. I think that was the next one that was voted on. And then after that, I think it was Angular. And then after that, we'll do Solid. And then last but not least, Ember. So yeah, I'll assign the Svelte one to myself. Unless someone else wants to take it. And then I'll grab one of the others. Do we have anyone out there that wants to handle trying to make an Angular version or a Solid version or an Ember version? The main goal is I want to use WebLLM in my like keyword like monitoring tool, but I want to use an LLM to make the haystack problem easier to deal with. Yes, I'm currently missing Preact because Preact is less used than any of these, and I believe Preact still has like full interoperability with React. So as we export stuff from React, it should still work, but maybe not. I don't know, King. If you want to do a Preact one, go for it. Create an issue for it. We can assign it. But yeah, so I want to use WebLLM because I don't want some joker to bankrupt me when I'm just trying to prove out an idea inside of like making the haystack problem of my keyword monitoring tool better. And then I decided, well, there aren't wrappers for WebLLM in all these frameworks. That sounds like a good fun project that I can make like conference talks about too. And damn it, King, I should have answered it like Office Space. I wouldn't say I'm missing it, Bob. Boom, roasted. For anyone familiar with the JS ecosystem, I just also earlier today released an extension. So yeah, if we like reload any old random extension, we can see like what versions of packages we might want to support. I added a browser extension that grabs all of like the usage statistics from these things and then populates this table so you can see like, well, I probably should start targeting 2.x for Vue, right? So a Vue 2 version would probably be pretty good. So I'm going to add that. Oop. And I wouldn't say I've been missing it, Bob. All right, so let me get more music on. Does synthwave belong in a museum? So yeah, King, if you want to do a Preact one, go for it. It's just way lower on my list. All right, and we're at 0.0.1 for all of these. All right, so let's go look at Svelte. Looks like 3.x and 4.x are still quite used. I know, yeah, this song never gets old. So yeah, as far as building libraries go, am I going to need to publish a Svelte 5 version versus a Svelte 4 version? Svelte 5 still supports the Svelte 4 syntax. Do we think supporting 3.x is still important? Using exports for different versions, King? I could just export them as separate packages. Oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, but he's yeah, yeah, yeah. That is some rake to the face. It's not like senior's any better. For the bike spokes meme, I don't think we do. I mean, 3D factor, I'm not so worried about that. To me, all that matters is how many people are using it. I don't care if it's stale or deprecated. I just don't give a shit. I don't think that's actually valuable. And what's up, Goldo? How you doing? And what's up, Legendary Skate? How you doing? Yeah, if people ask, King, I can link them to the extension. Bim, bam, boom. Yeah, so Firefox probably won't get updated for a while. How's the status of this one? Are we published yet? Submitted, not published yet. All right, draft version might take a day. All right, just double checking. All right. Hey, Coding Garden, Mr. Sir. Well, now I feel bad. I'm not wearing the beanie that has the syntax pin. You may actually have an opinion about this. Do you do a bunch of Svelte? I think Vue is still your framework of choice, correct? So, what were you up to on your stream today? Hold on. Hanging out, catching up, Code Wars, Coding Game, Clash of Code, just a fun holiday stream. You do a lot of Svelte too, though. Okay, so yeah, here's my question. I'm making wrappers around WebLLM for various frameworks, and I'm pretty sure I can just target Svelte 4, and Svelte 5 would be able to consume that library just fine. But what about Svelte 3? Like, I think I need to target Svelte 3 specifically, right? And it does still have 11% usage. How do you feel about that from like a library perspective? Svelte 4 was a stepping stone? Uh, Take it easy, Gigax. I'm not sure what that had to do with anything. Yeah, main difference from 4 to 5 is just the introduction of runes, right? So like if I'm exposing like reactivity from 4 to 5, I just don't use runes and we're good to go. Yep. So yeah, I'm going to target Svelte 4. How do we feel about targeting 11% of downloads? And another thing I want to brag about, yeah, that's not something that you're going to see by default on NPM. If you go to the version page or the versions tab on NPM, I have an extension that we just wrote that kicks in and gives us some of that stuff, which I'm pretty proud of. Yeah. So yeah, we just vibed that up just the other day. Yeah, I was mainly looking at like, well, do I still need to target like Vue 2? And based upon these numbers, it seems like yeah. Yeah, it may just be legacy. So maybe Svelte 4 is enough. They do have a Discord? All right. So yeah, I will shout out the store page for the extension. Oh, there it is. How do I do this? You upgrade everything. Yeah, no, I get that. That just makes sense. How do I just get a I just do that? Yeah, there we go. All right. So here it is. There was a bug, though, and you got to run. Yeah, that's fine, man. Thank you. If you guys want to check out the extension, you can go check it out, and feel free to get it. The version that's up there... Oh. Wait. Is 1.0.3 published already? Oh. Yeah, all right, we're good. Yeah, 1.0.3 got approved already. So yeah, never mind. Latest version's up there. If you want to add it to Chrome and enhance your versions, like data on the NPM page, you're good to go. Yeah, I didn't expect them to approve 1.0.3 already. So yeah, welcome on in, everyone. The package that we are making a wrapper for is called WebLLM. And it's just a way of running things. And yeah, it's totally open source. Is that not linked? It should be linked on that store page. Oh, maybe it isn't. Yeah, so I should add that to the... Okay, so it's linked from like support site. Right, and it'll load that up. So yeah, it's open source. If there's something you want to improve about it, feel free, have at it. But yeah, back to describing what we're working on today. WebLLM is a way to run LLMs in the browser, right? Like, pretty cool. Now, does it have every single LLM? No, but it has a pretty solid list you can choose from. Some of them are hilariously better than others. The reason I wanted to do this is because I have this app I'm making called Masijo, and part of the issues with Masijo, let me go log in real quick, is that you can get a bit of like a haystack problem. So if I go and switch teams, let me just go to the admin portal and pick this one, right? So we go to impersonate this. This is the thing I'm doing for GitKraken. And we go and look at keywords, and we can see that we've got 2,216 mentions of the word Claude and code together in a message. What I want to do is I want to be able to filter this haystack to get like a better needle, and I want to use an LLM to do so. I could also start doing like sentiment analysis and things like that. But I don't necessarily want to expose my own key to some third party like OpenAI or whatever, because that could blow up my bill, and this entire thing is bootstrapped. So a malicious user, all sorts of things could like blow up that bill and bankrupt me. Whereas instead, I could just let it run via WebLLM, prove out if it's even doing the job right. And then once I've got that going, I could use it as maybe leverage to get VC funding so that I can actually like fund this thing better. That's my current thought process. I want to prove out the idea of solving the haystack problem. And once I've done that, that would be part of like my pitch for funding, because, you know, I'm not made of money. But I think that would be like a clear differentiator between me and the competitors in this same space. So yeah, right? The main idea is use WebLLM for this. There wasn't a React version of like wrapping it, so I'd have to do that myself. And then I figured, well, could I wrap WebLLM into framework-specific things, and then that maybe makes for a good conference talk, at least a lightning talk, you know? So conference-driven development, patent pending. And yeah, the part that we're at with the WebLLM wrappers is we have done Vue 3 and React support. We want to add Svelte, Solid, Angular, Ember, Vue 2, just for fun, because they're not terribly complicated, right? Like, at the baseline that we're doing right now. What we're doing is we're just building the wrappers in a way that we can rebuild this very lightweight version of things. but it still does require that we're doing a little bit of our own management in the apps, and maybe things like the chat history become part of what we need. We could add quick. We could add all sorts of stuff. Yeah, no worries, Four Wheel. Yep, happy to help. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that extension came out. And it was just like a day of vibing it out using OpenCode. So it went pretty well. But yeah. So the main gist is there's still like other things I'm having to manage. I feel like the React one might be easier to read for some people, but the idea behind it is we've got the baseline of this use WebLLM wrapper. It exposes this like get available models and this load model function, the progress report, which is reactive, and the engine, which is slightly reactive as we load the model. But then there's other things that we may want to like manage as states, such as the chat history. Maybe even model loaded, right? This could totally just live inside of these things that we're abstracting, right? And it probably should. But for now, we're going to concentrate on the exact same baseline of functionality for these like hooks or libraries that wrap WebLLM for you. And then we can always improve the API for all of them in like one clear suite. That's my current thought, at least. So yeah, we're moving on to the Svelte version of it. I'm thinking we're going to start with Svelte 4. I'm thinking we're going to ignore Svelte 3. If we want to create a Svelte 3 version, we could just call it Svelte 3. This one's just going to be /Svelte. So yeah, we have the package. This one's going to be /Svelte, but we haven't done any other scaffolding. If I just use stores, it might work on Svelte 3.2.5. That would be worth checking. Like, we could always create a sandbox for each version and make sure it works. Yeah, I am very much less familiar with Svelte in general. Like, I've built some micro applications before, but never like a significant app with it. But yeah, how's everyone's holiday going? Who's hopping into some food like soon? I went and got some turkey pot pies from the grocery store. That'll be my turkey dinner. They're the big ones too, so they're gonna take a long time to cook. Yeah. Svelte 4 and 5, I know we can target. I just don't know if we can target Svelte 3. Like, that's the trickier bit. That I don't know. All right, just double checking. Thought I got tagged in something weird. So yeah, right. As long as we don't use runes, we're probably good. Now, between Svelte 3 and 4, it's still just stores, right? So if I do stores, we might be good. So I guess the big thing is we're going to have dependencies. Could I target 3? And then here's my next thing. What's a good library I could look at for how to build like a Svelte library? Like, what's a good existing kind of like smaller library that we could look at how they export things for consuming? Got any thoughts there, Magaroth? I could scaffold a new Svelte project using the CLI and choose library mode. Oh, I didn't know there was one. Let me get more music going. It does sound like it's going to be a somewhat large package, though. So I was hoping for something a little smaller. Right? Just like the scope. Like just being able to look at like a single file. Because I don't even need an HTML file. I understand, Pal Mao. Sure. If I had wheels, I'd be a truck. Why would you paint a masterpiece when you could just trace a photograph? Yeah. It's probably over here in lib. It's just, this is just too big. I don't care if it supports Svelte 3 or not. I just want something smaller and focused so I can understand what it really looks like to export a library for the Svelte ecosystem. I feel like some of these utilities are probably a good idea. This one also seems like it's probably going to be kind of big. So it seems like the library CLI tool is always going to give us like an app.html, even if we don't need it. Making components and exporting functions. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing the component thing. It's just going to be functions right now. Docs about packaging. Yeah, I always thought that was like a separate thing. Like, I don't necessarily want to use Svelte Kit. Right? Like, I. Yeah, maybe Svelte Kit's the right abstraction anyway. It's not tied to Svelte Kit? I mean, it's in Svelte Kit Advanced. So if so, they've just got a taxonomy problem instead. Right now, we're just making wrappers for WebLLM, but I plan on using it in this app I have called Masijo to help solve like the haystack problem, right? Like we have 2,200 messages to go through talking about Claude Code. How can I evaluate them as like relevant towards a specific thing that I care about? No, that's fine, Magroth. I appreciate you at least thinking about it. Better than the person's Claude Code comment earlier. Check out Svelte Legos, a utility like Vue use for Svelte. Svelte Legos. That's a good name. How have they not been sued yet? Not maintaining. Uh, oh. But that's fine. It's still a good example, right? Oh, there's a fork. Okay. Well, let's at least look in here. Yeah, I just find it weird that there's always like an app.html. But I guess it makes sense to ship like a demo file. Okay. But this is where they're just exporting the function, right? Okay. And then they're creating like a readable store that they're exporting. Okay, okay. Bracketless ifs. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Ugh. Ugh. But how's everyone doing today? But yeah, no, this is at least like a good example. And just using Svelte Store, I don't think we need the lib shared stuff, but if we are just going to export some kind of helper, then it seems like this would do it. That part I don't care about. Let an auto formatter just do it. But yeah, bracketless ifs is unforgivable in my opinion. Right? Like Froyo, do you remember GoToFail? The thing that broke SSL on every Apple device? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's fine. It was still a really big thing on the internet. No, not even for single line returns. Nope. Because look at it, right? This is where they're doing exactly that for single line returns. Can you spot the bug? Spoiler alert, it's the 2 GoToFails in a row. That's actually really easy to miss when you're looking at a diff and you see like the red and green like separated kind of thing. The diff isn't always going to point out that maybe this got duplicated. But you know what? Brackets should have helped. Even if you're just doing the 2 GoToFails within brackets, well, then it's easy. But if it's outside the brackets, well, why is that? Another thing that would have helped is good auto formatting, right? This would have been kicked over to the left. So there's a lot of things that contributed to this being an issue, but I consider bracketless ifs to be the exact problem. And if Apple can make this mistake, anyone can. The hubris to think that you'll never make this mistake is crazy. Same way that Cloudflare can ship a use effect that doesn't go right. Same way that Cloudflare can ship a .unwrap to production. It happens. We are human. We are fallible. It hints that there's a problem in our processes, but there's a lot of things that you can do along the way to prevent those processes from failing. Auto formatting and not allowing bracketless ifs would have solved that whole problem at Apple. Well, Golo, in Python, it wouldn't have been a problem. Because in Python, that GoToFail would have been nested within the block, right? So it actually wasn't a Python problem. Like Python would have not had that issue because it would have been within the block that it needed to be. Right? The second go-to fail within that block would have just been not hit. So as much as I hate semantic whitespace, Python semantic whitespace would have made that not an issue. Exactly, Tabby. I think that's the big thing, right? When a dev at GitHub dropped the entire production database like 10 years ago, probably a little less than 10 years ago, you don't fire that person because they shouldn't have been able to do that in the first place. There are so many things that failed up to that point that it's really not that dev's fault. And another person put it, I think like the CEO of GitLab, they also had a similar issue at one point. And when asked, like, so did you fire that engineer? And it's like, why would we fire that engineer? We already spent so much money teaching them to never make that mistake again. That would be a waste of that investment. I think that was the CEO of GitLab. It could have been GitHub, but I forget. So yeah, this does give me like a good pattern, right? It's just a function we export that returns probably the readable thing, but it's almost like I want to return a bunch of readable things. So yeah, then Magaroth. Sorry for the burp. If we look at least the React version, I'm returning 4 things from this hook. Is there any problem returning multiple stores from a function like this? Like in Svelte World? Right, instead of just returning the readable directly, could I return multiple readables? I feel like I probably could. Just double checking if anyone has any reasoning why that would be a bad idea. But yeah, very similarly, someone maybe was checking like, well, what about this? Would this be okay in code that I write? No, because you're probably going to want to add some kind of debug statement to that block anyway, right? So like the single return just doesn't make sense to me. Return an object with stores, each adhering to the store contract. Yeah, I feel like that would work. Now, when you say the store contract, is there like a document I should be looking at? Like, I'll leave this open for the packaging thing. But yeah, when we say store contract, is there a doc I should be looking for? Okay, I'll at least go double check that. Yeah, I like that idea. Tan stack query, create query svelte. I guess let's just go here. Damn, I didn't realize how ad heavy. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Wrong button. I didn't realize how ad heavy their docs page was. That was interesting. They don't have a GitHub link? Well, let's do that then. Whatever. Looks like we're in an ad. So sorry about that. Give me a sec. I don't feel like forking the repo. We do go here. We go into packages, and I think there's probably Svelte query. Yep. Then we can go to source, and you said create query. So we see a create query.ts and then a create queries.svelte. That's interesting. And then, yeah, create base query is probably the thing doing that magic. So why do they call it a .svelte.ts file when it's still just raw TS? Is that something the compiler's kind of doing? Oh, they recently merged support for Svelte 5. Ah. So then theoretically we want to target like an older version. Do you know what version I should look at to see like the Svelte 4 store stuff? And yeah, sorry for putting so much on you. Like, I'm sure I could Google it and find it too. It's just nice to like rubber duck a bit. And yeah, what's up, Numbers? How you doing, Tommy? Oh. Oh, so we're still on 5, I think. Right? So if I just go to like 5.90.3, we go to Svelte query, we go to source. Oh, so the .svelte files were part of that. Okay. So then create base query here. Okay. Interesting. So it looks like there's only a subscribe function returned from this. So maybe create query we should go look at. But no, it's just returning create base query directly. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Oh, so like I almost want to do like a use query client. Hmm. Exactly. So it seems like a lot of these like use functions just return a subscribe. And is that part of like the contract you were talking about? Golo, I'm not sure what you mean by that. No, like all of these things have different reactivity primitives. You need to export for those reactivity primitives. So, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, Golo. So Golo, yeah, you can do some of that, but you still have to have this wrapper around things that then is tying it to all of it. WebLLM is already that core thing, right? So yes, you can do that, but it doesn't apply to what I'm trying to do right now because WebLLM is already that core. Okay, so this is the contract you were talking about, basically. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So theoretically, I can just delete what I've done here with that svelte package. We can use the CLI to scaffold some stuff. I think I already lost it. Oh, it looks like I had it open somewhere. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so superform does. Interesting. All right. So yeah, that works. So I could make multiple stores and then just export them. Theoretically, I could also just export functions that manipulate those stores. So it's pretty freeform, just like the other frameworks. It's just one of those things I want to double check. All right, so Oh. Excuse me. This does not need any of that. Nope, we just call those good. Okay, cool. And yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Krasner. What you up to? Let's get another album going. I almost want to play the song from Adam's Family Values. Eat me, have a lovely, lovely turkey day, or whatever, right? Like whatever they sing when they're at the camp, right before the revolt. Okay, so theoretically, and hold on, what did I miss? You forgotten that one? Needs a rewatch very soon. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Adam's Family and Adam's Family Values are amazing. They are such good films. It's hard to say which one I like more. They're just different, you know? Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. We're going to do lifeguard training. All right. Wednesday, you'll be my lifeguard. And who wants to be the victim? Ooh, I'll play the victim all your life. It's so good. All your life. Oh, look at Pugsley here. Oh, isn't he a lady killer? Acquitted. Yeah, just so many good, like, just quick one off lines. Yeah, exactly. I forget who directed those. I think it's the same director that directed the first Men in Black, right? Barry Sonnenfeld. Yep, yep. And he also did the first Men in Black. He's done a bunch of stuff. Damn, he did a bunch of the Men in Blacks. Oh, he did Wild... Oh, he was a producer on Wild West. I'm gonna say, like, man... Wild Wild West should have been directed by Alan Smythe. Or Smithy, or whatever. Wow! Addams Family was his first movie as a director. That's crazy. I didn't realize he did Get Shorty. Makes sense that he did The Tick, the TV series. Okay. Big Trouble. Yep, sounds about right. He did RV? I would not have guessed RV. Yeah, interesting. Huh. I can't believe Addams Family was his first time directing. The writers? Yeah, I'm not familiar with them as writers. But I mean, some of those lines, even if they're good one-liners, they don't work unless the director delivers them properly, you know? Like, frames it properly, and yeah. The original, like, Charles Addams? Yeah, he's probably just got writer's credit for, like, characters, right? So he was probably not a writer on the film. But I missed some follows. My bad. Luca, that was like an hour ago. Frechu, about 14 minutes ago. Appreciate you. And The Giggle Chick, thank you for the follow as well. No, even the characters. Like, no matter what, if you're using the characters, you have to give the original writer writing credits. Yeah, exactly. All right, so here in lib is where like our package stuff, our library stuff would go. And because it's simple enough, yeah, I went and got the turkey pot pies. I got the big ones. Like, I might need to like throw those in soon. I forgot to see how long they take to cook. I haven't had the big ones yet. Like, I got the regular sized like chicken ones from Costco. You know, like 8 of them in a box for a really good deal. But yeah, I've never done the big Marie Colander like pot pies. I got 3 of them. That was probably too many. In fact, hold on. I do need to use the restroom. Let me go look at like the cooking times on the large ones. Yeah, let me go look at the cooking times on the large ones. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Okay, not so bad.
Swing, swing.
They're only 60 to 65 minutes. Go ahead and grab some chips. So if we're looking at this, um, hold on, we skip this. We don't want no singing. Okay, so there we go there. What's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? So yeah, let me just do this. We're going to replace this function a little bit more. Now, technically, this would need to be a writable. Is there no synchronous way to read a value from a store? Like, do you always have to use the subscription? Ah, okay, okay. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. So then theoretically, I could do set. No. Maybe not. Then there's dot set on the store itself. Okay. So, and is that fine on a readable? I would assume so. Okay. I kind of like that. I think that works. As far as watch goes, that's probably not a thing. What's up? How's it going there, Hypnotic? What you up to? What were you up to on your stream? Doing some bad shader work. Ooh. Are they just shaders for your game or something that you'd release out to like Shader Toy or something like that? I'm always fascinated by like the magic you can find on Shader Toy. Just game shaders. I feel like you can still do like game shaders in Shader Toy, you know? Nothing really prevents you from doing that, right? Dude, this one's cool. Ooh, this one's really cool. If you don't use it, you lose it. They will come take my RAM away from me if I'm not like maxing it out. No, I get it, Hypnotic. What kind of shaders were you making? Yeah, give us a little more context into what you're building. And I can do the same thing for people joining from the raid. Yeah, exactly. Yep. They can just download it from you off the internet. You got to be careful. There you go, Bokanon. Oh, and then I allowed it, and then Nightbot got angry too. But Bokanon, hold on. Is your name a reference to Bokanon from, what is it? Like the Kurt Vonnegut novels? I think Cat's Cradle talks about it the most. Yeah. I think it's mentioned in a couple other books too. I think it's at least mentioned in Timequake. But yeah, like the idea of like the Karis and the false Karis and some of those things, like the Wampeters and Granfaloons and all that stuff. Dude, yeah, Kurt Vonnegut's the best. Man, I really like that shader now. Shit. I'm gonna pause it. And then yeah, just drag it over. Save it for later. I know, exactly, McCory. Within just 180 lines, someone mentioned that they got it down into 439 characters. That's insane. Right? Like, this is a shader. It's an awesome one, too, right? So, for everyone joining in on the raid, let me explain a bit of what we're doing. So, there is the idea of WebLLM, which you can use to power something like this chat interface as an example of what they are doing with it, which is pretty cool. But WebLLM is really just a library that you could use inside of your web applications or whatever. And the idea is that you're running these LLMs in the browser locally without having to set up something like LM Studio or Olama, and you could have it do things in your application. And the idea is I have an app I've built called Masijo, which is, yeah, that's a reference. Anyone recognize the reference? But the idea is like you can listen for keywords on Hacker News, Blue Sky, Lobsters. Currently, those are the only 3 platforms so far. And we see 2,200 of these events, right? Is this relevant? Well, for some cases, maybe. But I want to maybe create a prompt that will run over these things, client side mainly. And from there, you can get things like a sentiment analysis score. You could check if it actually lines up with a prompt that you care about. And that helps solve this haystack problem, right? Because just keywords, that's easy. Matching a keyword is just a regular expression. But is the intent of what they posted something that lines up with what you want to do? And the thought being, I don't know how I'm going to do this necessarily for the app yet, but I think I want to create the idea of lenses. And a lens might then sort and filter your existing keyword events based upon a prompt. So you might have a lens here for support, right? Hey, are these relevant for support staff? Should we pass this message on to our support staff to notify them of something? So the entire goal is to help solve the haystack problem so that you can find the needle easier. And using the same events, maybe passing them through multiple different lenses and routing them different ways, or sending notifications certain ways, or whatever, right? So maybe you don't want to wire up notifications for every keyword event, but then once we create lenses, you could wire those lenses up and have notifications for each specific thing. And maybe you don't even want to do a notification. Maybe you just want to auto respond, right? So we could have the idea of bots within our service too. There's a lot that we could do with it. I need to prototype this thing, and I want to do it with WebLLM because I don't want some malicious users to blow up my bill because this is bootstrapped and I'm doing this out of my own pocket. So yes, am I making enough money to justify paying some third-party LLM services? No. But could I prove out the idea, and then eventually I could do that? Yeah. But that would really be something I'd want to do as part of a pitch for why I need VC funding for a project like this or something, right? So yeah, that's my plan with this WebLLM stuff. I realized that there wasn't a React wrapper for it, and I would have had to do that. And I could have just done that ad hoc for Masijo, but instead I realized that we could wrap WebLLM into framework-specific libraries, and that might also make some good conference talks. So conference-driven development, damn right. We've already done a React and a Vue 3 wrapper. We're now working on a Svelte wrapper. We kind of copied and pasted what we had in the Vue stuff. This is inside the Svelte now, and that's why we see so much red. So I don't write nearly enough Svelte. What would be the way to make this reactive based upon the user changing some of the engine config or chat options or things like that? And I think we could ask T3 chat for some of this. Oh, and looks like I need to refresh. Oh, so I would still want to use like the on mount on destroy stuff. And then I would have a function that I expose out of it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sure. Okay. No, I actually want to do Svelte 4 syntax because, and this is another thing that we built recently. If we were to go look at npm, we can see of the Svelte versions out there that are currently being downloaded and used, 4.x is still almost 30%. So I don't want to be fully like rune based yet. Even though it's 60%, which is cool, I still think I want to support this 30% and possibly even this 10% if I could. And I think using Svelte stores, I could. But I could be wrong. Yeah, Nori's Gold Blend. This is actually something that I built just like yesterday and published today that like adds these like version usage statistics. I'm actually kind of proud of that. All right, you can even do like minor versions, patch versions, etc. if you're really curious. And it's just using the data on the page still. But yeah, just, a little more useful. Thanks, Showboat. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go directly to it. Bam! So yeah, it's actually published. Latest version's up there. It's not in Chrome just yet. But yeah, pretty cool. If you like it, maybe leave a rating. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If not, no worries. Yeah. I'm not much for vibe coding, but yeah, we did just vibe it up, and it seems like it went pretty good. The fact that it like styled it for the page so well is pretty cool too. And then let's just double check. What do you think, Firefox? Are we live yet? Not live on Opera yet. Still awaiting review on Firefox 2. It is crazy to me how much quicker Chrome is at approving things for the Chrome store. It might be now, as long as you don't change permissions and stuff. That I'm not sure of. What's up, Pete's? I mean, we've gotten like 3 massive raids. So I'm lucky. Yeah, we got the Coding Garden raid earlier. We got one from Spheriphoria, and we just recently got one from Hypnotic Games. Yeah, you got to stay consistent. That's the biggest thing. Time of day matters a lot too. So do I. I just mean consistency as in once a week, you know? You don't have to stream every day. You don't have to stream 5 days a week, 6 hours a day like I do. Just make a schedule and stick to it. Once a week is fine. Twice a week, even better. Just make sure each time you're doing it, you do it for at least 2 hours, because the first hour people are still like getting the notifications and like trying to show up. So at least 2 hours, at least once a week. That's my recommendation to anyone trying to like really do the streaming thing. Yep. All right, so yeah. We wanted on mount. and on destroy. Let's comment this stuff. Spec kit last time to see if you could use an agent to build a Twitch bot. What is spec kit? I'm not even aware of that. Yeah, later, X Factor. No, interrupting, that's fine. Like, that's the whole point of streaming. If I didn't want to be interrupted, why would I stream? I'm guessing you meant this? I think there was another called Open Spec that was pointed out to us just the other day. So here's another one that maybe you want to check out too. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen this before. Oh, is this a... Oh, it is a GitHub thing. I didn't even realize it was a GitHub thing. Oh, very cool. Another thing you may check out if you're into the spec-driven development thing is Kiro. It's heavily focusing on like spec-driven development as well. All right, so set does not exist on readable, right? We'd want this to be a writable. Do we actually want it to be a writable that we expose out to other users, or do we just want it to be like, do we want to do the whole like Angular style thing where from a service we might have like a subject internally, but we're only exposing like the observable of that subject out to users to subscribe to, and then you can expose like a function to mutate it in some way, right? Rather than just exposing the entire subject for overwriting. Because, yeah, in my opinion, I want both of these to be writable, like readable and writable. But to the consumer of this, I only want them to have access to the readable. I'm very much like a svelte newbie. Like, I can build stuff with it, but it's been long enough that a lot of these semantics are things that I just don't have memorized. But I think the more of these frameworks that you work with, the easier it gets to switch between them. But there are these like nuances that you're gonna have to like refamiliarize yourself with, right? So here's my thought. I'm gonna get rid of this part first. You're gonna check out Kiro. You're also interested in Be Mad. I don't want to be mad. Kidding, bad joke. But you started with Spec Kit. If you're very specific with your spec, AI can do a good job. Yeah, so one thing I want to shout out is Open Code. They have like the build agent and the planning agent. And if you just start with the planning agent and evaluate the plan ahead of time, giving it feedback, etc., then once you just click over to the build agent, you can just say, all right, build the plan, and you're good to go. And it's really nice. Like, I almost want to start building some kind of agent for open code that records the plans as we go. That way, that context like doesn't get lost. And someone was mentioning a lot of that kind of stuff that would make my usage of open code better. What I also want to do is eventually I want to use open hands or all hands or whatever and evaluate that from the same perspective, right? So let's try and vibe code a thing with all hands or open hands and just what am I missing? Like, what could be better about it? So yeah, just like the building and planning steps separate in like open code is really nice too. And let me just point this out. The thing we're building, right? These wrappers and stuff that we're doing. I've got a lot of these tabs. Yeah, that's my bad. WebLLM wrappers issues. Sure, I've got these like Big Pickle is awesome. I'm so surprised it keeps like flagging Big Pickle. Twitch has like PTSD with people talking about pickles, huh? I think people are just sick of the pickle Rick references. I don't even think it's sexual. I think it's just people are so annoyed by people quoting Rick and Morty. But gee, I don't know, Rick. Should we actually implement like solid JS support? I don't know, Rick. No, we definitely should. Because Ryan's the man. Ryan is such a cool, humble dude. God, there's a thing I want to like say as a reference, and that I'm like really like pumped, and I think it's cool, but it would also maybe seem like critical. Yeah, I won't do it. I won't do it. Yeah. No, I'd want to get his permission first. If it's something he's self-conscious of, I wouldn't want to bring attention to it. So never mind. But yeah, Ryan Carniato, super fucking smart dude, so fun. Like I got to listen to him and Tanner Lindsley get really deep into like server-side rendering primitives and streaming and some of that stuff, and it was really like not streaming like as a streamer, I mean like streaming like responses and stuff, and it was really fucking cool, man. Like it was just so fun to get in there and just be a fly on the wall for that conversation. I'm still kicking myself because they were talking about like serialization, and I was like, oh, is it kind of like the bytecode thing with Gleam? I didn't mean Gleam, I meant Glimmer. Fuck! But I feel like they knew what I meant. I hope they knew what I meant. I meant Glimmer, not Gleam. Fuck. It's an easy mistake to make, right? Okay. Am I like migrating towards being Rick from Rick and Morty? Just the random burps in the middle of like a technical statement. I think I'm getting that hairline going. Burp. One thing you did for the planning step was ask the LLM to keep asking you questions to make it as specific as possible. Yeah, and I think you can do that same thing with with open code. Honestly, like I quite like open code. It's really good. I've heard some people say that Big Pickle, like their model, can have some issues, but you can change the model if you want. I'm just cheap and I don't feel like paying for anything. Hence why I'm still on the free tier of T3 chat. It is priced really well. Honestly, like T3 chat is so affordable and awesome. I should be using it. I don't use it often enough to justify it. Right? Like if we really look at it, in the last 7, like today I did 2 queries. In the last 7 days I did 4. In the last 30 I did 4 more. I'm just not using it often enough to justify the cost. Personally. Now, the fact that I'm using it here in public on a live stream, he should sponsor me, right? He should just sponsor me with a license, right? But no, I get it. I would never ask him for that. I'm just joking. Him and Mark sponsored the whiskey last time we hung out. I think that's enough. I think it counts. I still feel bad. I'm sitting there hanging out with them, and Mark's like, oh yeah, come check out the liquor cabinet. And I really have a terrible poker face. I'm looking at this liquor cabinet, and he could just tell by the look on my face, like, oh, that bad, huh? Because he had Jack Daniels, he had some vodka. I don't really drink vodka these days. He had, I think, some Cuervo, and then like an unopened thing of Patron. I was like, oh, I was thinking, like, could we open that Patron? But, you know, like, yeah, Jack Daniels is actually kind of that bad when it comes to a selection of whiskey. I felt bad, though. Like, you know, my grandparents raised me better. Just drink it and say thank you. But we ended up going to the liquor store that was nearby. He grabbed some Buffalo Trace, which I felt like was like good for him to have for later, and I asked him to pick up the Four Roses. Just the cheap Four Roses, right? Like $20 bottle. This is one of the best cheap whiskeys you will ever get. It is just so fucking good. Seriously, Four Roses. It's so smooth. It's so cheap. And then there's like the extra fancy stuff if you want to be like cool and fancy, right? Like the small batch and the single barrel are really amazing too. But like for a $20 bottle of whiskey, this is the best you're going to get. This is it, dude. Like, this is it. It's my favorite bourbon. Four Roses. I don't usually like picking favorites of anything. Four Roses is it. I know I'm in a really good bar when Four Roses is their well. Like, if that's their, like, yeah, you order just a whiskey, you're getting Four Roses. That's a solid bar. Those are some of my favorite bars ever. Strange thing, when I was in New York, nobody fucking had Four Roses. They were either sold out or they just didn't have it. It was weird. It was so weird to me. But Buffalo Trace, fucking everywhere. Which is also a good sippable bourbon. Four Roses is better. All right, so looking at the pattern they got here, right? Internal writable store, external readable store. So then public readable store, and that's what you just like publish out. Okay. Yeah, that's the right way to go. No. So, like, some of these places were, like, over in Jersey City, and I'd ask them, they're like, oh, we normally have it, but we're just out right now. That happened at, like, 3 bars. So, whoever the distributor there is in, like, the Jersey City, New York area, they're fucking up. They're not making sure that these bars have as much Four Roses as they need. And I think that's why Four Roses is, like, kind of up for sale right now. The company that owns it, Kirin, is trying to offload Four Roses. Dude, if I was a billionaire, I would buy Four Roses right now. Right fucking now. Now, is that a good business investment? No, but I'm a collector. I collect tabs. I collect sports cards. I collect comic books. I would happily collect a whiskey distillery. If I had the money to do so. Dude. My uncle is also a collector. His comic book collection is insane. It's so cool, man. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much like me and my uncle are very similar. Like he's also a gamer, you know. He also smokes the weed. Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. So here's my thing. I don't think I necessarily want to expose a subscribe function from what we're doing, but I will expose like the stores that you would subscribe to. I think. And that's probably the right way to do this. And what I want to do is, while we got 84 people here, we do have this library. Not that library, shit. Nah, that one. Here we go, right? Like, does anyone here want to help contribute to WebLLM wrappers? The goal would be just to deliver the exact functionality that we have in the React and Vue 3 wrappers right now. We're doing the solid ones. That one's, on me. I could also just punt sorry, I said solid. I meant svelte. The svelte one is the one we're doing right now, but does anyone want to handle a solid or an Angular or an Ember or a Preact or a Vue 2 wrapper? People are always asking, how do I get started contributing to open source? Burp. I think this song has singing, doesn't it? Nah, I might be thinking of another. But yeah, like, I want help from all y'all. Am I making anything special for dinner tonight? Oh, this one does have the singing, yeah. I went and picked up three of the Marie Collander's turkey pot pies. That's my turkey dinner tonight. So I do need to throw those into the oven here eventually because they take like an hour to cook. Like, I got time. We got all night. Just an hour-ish before I feel like wrapping up stream. I want to throw them into the oven kind of thing. Yeah, they look really good. I don't think I need all three. I'm going to do two, and it's still probably going to be too much food for me because I'm used to the smaller, like the regular size. These are like the big ones. I am hoping to maybe hit up the grocery store early tomorrow morning to get like cheap turkeys. Because I wouldn't mind cooking up a turkey and doing like some of the soup stuff. Like my mom used to make an epic, just fucking epic turkey soup. That I'd want to hit her up for that recipe at some point. Because you can just cook that up and then freeze it. And then you got food for days. In fact, like, I don't know if I have enough room in our freezer. I'd love an excuse to get a chest freezer. I've been wanting to get a chest freezer for like 2 years now. You have so much food left over from today? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not actually that huge on turkey food, on like Thanksgiving food. Like, turkey's good, and it's, like, reusable for sandwiches and stuff later, even though it tends to get dry in a sandwich. And I'm not big on, like mustard or mayo or any of that stuff. So, like, as an anti-sauce person, turkey sandwiches from, like, Thanksgiving turkey isn't ideal. And I know, that sounds weird, but yeah, I'm kind of an anti-sauce person. Krasner, you do steaks for Thanksgiving? Yeah, Thanksgiving ham is delicious too. Yeah, I really like ham. Yep. Or like Krasner, were you just saying you like to like freeze steaks? So then you always got them for like cooking later kind of thing. Like I started a bunch of threads there. Now we got a race condition between all of that stuff. So for Thanksgiving in your household, you do steaks, taters, and some green bean casserole. Interesting. I'm not a fan of green bean casserole. Maybe just because my family never did it well. When you say taters, what kind of taters? Like mashed taters? I've got a pretty decent mashed potato recipe. And it's really simple, but like it's kind of crazy how many people make really bad mashed potatoes. Right? So you steam or boil the taters, right? And then mash them with the skin. And then you add green onions, right? Sliced, decent sized. And after the green onions, you add cream and butter. Right? Some heavy cream and some butter. Mix that all up. Boom. Best mashed potatoes ever. Like really simple. If you're feeling really froggy, you could like sear some garlic. I'm less keen on the garlic in the mashed taters. I think the green onion, essential. Garlic, eh. I usually add so much garlic to other things that I don't need them in my mashed taters. You did baked potatoes and then had like a toppings buffet so the kids could build a mountain. Yeah, I haven't done mashed potatoes. Or not mashed, sorry, baked. I don't do baked potatoes. Yeah, some good creamy mashed taters with green onions. Yep. They're like just nice and like fluffy and delicious. Like, yeah. It's a really simple recipe, but that is exactly the recipe in like the restaurant I used to work at. Like years ago. But yeah, baked potato I don't do. I did learn a really cool recipe for, it's not necessarily like baked potatoes. It's almost like a fried potato, but not quite. Where like it's best with somewhat smaller, maybe like not the Yukon or wait, not the russets, but like the Yukon Gold. You cut those in like a quarter. Technically, you boil the potatoes first with skin on and everything. Then you cut them up into quarters, and then you really like beat up the outside. And you want the outside like super beat up to where it's like rough. And then from there, you toss those in like whatever oil, maybe duck fat or something. And then you finally like bake them in the oven. And what it does is like, because they're like beat up, they get this like crust that's like really like textured and awesome. With that crust on it and like the oil and everything, it's like you deep fried it, but not quite. So you get this awesome, just like deep fried like baked potato with just like the best crust you'll ever have on it. It's really good. I know, I know. Yeah, yeah. This is a foodie stream in disguise. So hold up. I got a quick question. Do you guys feel like this is a common like spam slash malicious thing where like you share a mutual server with someone, but they're not like in your server and they reach out for like collaboration? I've got two of those in my like pending message requests, and they both seem pretty spammy because neither of them are in my channel, like my Discord server. They're just in like some other mutual Discord server we have. And they're both just like reaching out for collaboration. It seems weird. Right? Like, is it just spam? You always assume malintent on Discord. I haven't seen that much like malintent, but yeah, it does seem right. Yeah, hey, blank, I'm reaching out to explore whether there might be an opportunity for collaboration between us. Please let me know if you're open to a brief discussion. And the only mutual server is the Primogens. And then the other one. Hello, I'm reaching out to see if there might be any chance to collaborate or support. I'm open to flexible roles or projects depending on where you might need an extra hand. Happy to share more about what I do if it's helpful. And the mutual server there is like Dilibso. And I feel like it's never like a proper photo of themselves. Like the one that I just read from Dilibso, they're using like the NVIDIA CEO's profile picture. This other person's just a duck image. I'm going to say it's spam. I'm going to ignore. I'm going to ignore both of them. Yeah, it just seems weird. Right, let me grab another soda, though. And yeah, we'll keep building. But again, if y'all want to help out, it is open. I'm reaching out to y'all if you want to maybe like collaborate. Hello, chat. I'm reaching out to see if you'd like to collaborate. Here's a link to my repo. But anyway, yeah, keeping going. And what's up, Flux Quantum? All right, so this looks to me like the pattern that T3 Chat recommended. And hold on, Surly, if you're still out there, T3 Chat is a chat interface for a bunch of different LLMs, right? So we could change our LLM and prompt it, right? Like we could do Gemini 2.5 Flash. Technically, that's all we can do on the free tier, as far as I can tell. Which is fine by me. The user experience of it is pretty good, right? Like, I don't know, it feels like any other chat like app to me, but I'm sure there's like stuff they're doing that's making it a better experience than others. It does feel like a better experience than when I've used Anthropic directly, you know? I mean, I don't use it much because I don't use LLM chats that much. But when I do LLM chat stuff, T3 is what I go for. Unless I really, really feel like some other model is going to do better. Because right now, the only thing on the free tier is Gemini 2.5 Flash. But Gemini 2.5 Flash is pretty good. And I would expect that eventually they'll do Gemini 3. Like, is there a Gemini 3 Flash yet? I don't know. Oh, so I could switch to a bunch of these if I wanted. Like, I could even switch to GPT-5. Yeah, there's actually way more on the free tier than I expected. It's cool. But yeah, I tend to stick with the free tier. It's good enough for me. Like, what do you all use for your chat stuff? Do you go directly through like OpenAI or Anthropic or Gemini? Or are you using some abstraction for your like glorified Google searches? Because Google search has gotten so much worse, right? So yeah, you use Claude Code 100% of the time for like coding stuff. I get that. That makes sense. But you don't use any LLMs for like general internet use slash asks? Interesting. So you're still just very much like Googling like a caveman? Which I think is fine. I still go and Google like a caveman sometimes. And then Surly, you're using Copilot, but are you using Copilot for like Q&A type chat stuff? Your company has Google licenses, so Gemini. All right. And things like directions, Google is still nice. Yeah. Oh, like Google Maps type stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't trust an LLM for directions anywhere. But yeah, you only work on really specialized stuff. I mean, I found Gemini is really good at like when I have Elixir questions and stuff. Like anything I would use as a glorified Google search, Gemini nails it. I've had really good luck with it. And I would consider what I just asked it to be glorified Google search stuff, but it provides good examples and things too. So hold on, here's something I might be recognizing. Would I rather expose like a subscribe endpoint or a function, and then inside the subscribe function, I just return like getters? You know what? I'm going to say we are really close. Let's figure out this part, which I think goes in the on mount, right? And it looks like on mount can be async. All right, so I think this satisfies all the same stuff. So now we need to create a sandbox for the svelte stuff. There is a shad cyan svelte. Nice. I guess we're using svelte kit, so that's fine. Thought I was gonna sneeze. Um, ooh, that seems like an older version of shad cyan. But I could be wrong. No, it looks pretty good actually. Okay, so now we want to grab the boilerplate from here. just goes in here. We get rid of the body BS. I may need to install an extension for Svelte, though. I'm thinking we do the official, right? Svelte for VS Code, call it good. All right, so we get the syntax highlighting. Perfect. So now we got to start wiring this up with the other stuff we need. And again, this is me not having used Svelte for years at this point. I think I create a script tag. But yeah, I got to go read Svelte docs. Yeah, so we would do a script tag. I am probably not going to use the module level logic. It's probably just lang TS, and we're good. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, if I'm still sneezing tomorrow, I gotta not go to this dinner. God, I'm gonna be bummed to miss that dinner though. But yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? I definitely I can understand the anti-consumption thing, but anyone got anything they're like planning on getting? Like that you know is going to be on like a good discount other than being like falsely discounted, right? Like they just mark it up and then throw a discount on, but it's the same price it was 2 weeks ago. I haven't looked, but man, if there's a good deal on a chest freezer, I could definitely do the chest freezer thing. I mean, they're like a couple hundo. The Buy It for Life group would probably be a good one too. Yeah, like one that's got like a ding or something, because I don't give a shit about a ding. Right? Like the compressor and all like the stuff that matters is separated from that shit majorly anyway. Yeah, I feel like chest freezers are totally fine if you organize properly and you just do like some cheap, inexpensive like baskets to stack things. Dude, yeah, I would definitely be setting up my chest freezer that way. So yeah, I don't know. Just a thought. I definitely don't want to buy anything from Walmart. Fuck no. I wonder if Costco has like a good deal. Yeah, honestly, it's not like they're even that expensive. And I don't even need like the biggest ones. In fact, I'd be better off getting like a smaller one. I just want one I can put like my meats and shit in. And then I can throw like everything like, pre-prepped like dumplings and other bullshit just in my like regular fridge's freezer. But as far as like yeah, like steaks and pork and all that, dude. Yeah, that would be in the chest freezer. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like some of these at $3.99, if I could get a Costco deal, like Black Friday style, that knocks 100 or two off that, I could be into it. I don't think I need more than 10 cubic feet though, and even then, like 10 is probably overkill. It's not like I'm going hunting, right? I'd have to sign in for the details to like get the discount on some of these. But I don't even have space for an upright. But an upright freezer is probably the move. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Something to think about. Like right now, the freezer I got, it's doing the job. It doesn't leave me room for like pre-made bullshit, you know? Like I'm running out of room. Like I got plenty of the meats, but I don't have room for like taquitos or other lazy bullshit, which I probably shouldn't eat much of anyway, but it's still nice just to have something lazy. Yeah, honestly, like a 3.5 cubic foot is probably all I need. Yeah, and then they're not even expensive enough to like care. I guess another thing I'd want to consider is like battery backup. I don't know. That's the only thing I'm even considering, like buying anywhere. Everything else, I'm good, or it's not expensive enough to care. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, just thinking out loud. How's everyone's day going, though? Right? Y'all chilling? I do feel like we'll probably want to wrap up stream around like 8 o'clock my time, which means I should probably go turn the oven on so that I can throw the pot pies in because they take like an hour anyway. So let me go kick that off. And then, yeah, Paradox, you mentioned the Starlink Mini on the cheap. That's not a bad idea. God, Starlink is such a good thing. I just wish someone wasn't involved with it. Dude, I could move out to the boonies and be a Starlink user and probably be totally fine if one person wasn't involved with it at all. I just refuse to support that person as much as I can, you know? As a content creator, I have to be on X. I had quit like the premium bullshit on X. Oh, well, lucky me. Oh, that's even worse. Like, I don't know if it's even worse. It's about equal to worse. It's somewhere between equal and worse. Just crossing my fingers for who's the guy that owns the Dallas Mavericks? I'm just crossing my fingers for him to be interested in that shit one of these days. I would happily buy internet from him. He's like the lesser of all those evils, right? Yeah, I would. Oh, he sold the Mavericks, so he's not even involved there. I'd say that's a bonus because, dude, fuck Texas sports teams anyway. Sorry, Krasner. I am like this close to making the word Cowboys a poop emoji here in my chat overlay. I don't know about that. Like, it's okay liking sports teams. Just any from Texas? No, thank you. I'll pass. But especially the Cowboys. As a Bills fan, you hate the Chiefs so much that they had you rooting for the Cowboys today? Damn. That's rough, David. That's rough. I've got a couple Bills players on my fantasy team. How do you think Dalton Kincaid's looking? Should I pick up some tight end? Like ASAP? Just in case? I mean, Josh Allen, he's starting no matter what. He's against Pittsburgh? Oh, dude's going to put up like 100 points, no problem. It's a little dirty. The person I'm playing against has the Buffalo defense. I mean, no. Before Kincaid was hurt, dude, Dalton Kincaid was putting up like 12 points easily every time, which is big for tight ends these days. Like last year, Travis Kelce didn't get me more than 10 points, more than maybe like once or twice. No, that's because Travis Kelce actually fucking sucks. He doesn't. I just don't like him. Who is your favorite tight end in the league? I would say mine is Kittle, despite his really shitty sunglasses commercials and his really shitty taste in sunglasses. Like, not even just the brand. I mean, like the weird 90s vibe. Is that what you're going for? Huh. Gross. But he's young enough that it's like nostalgic for him. So you can't fault him for that. Having lived through the 90s, those sunglasses suck. I mean, dude, fuck that shit. Yeah, I would say Kittle is my favorite tight end in the league. Yeah, I'm less of a team person. I'm just anti the Cowboys. But yeah, certain players. And really, I only have this opinion about Kittle because I used to play Madden. I didn't play this year. This is the first year I haven't paid for Madden in like 6 or 7 years. But Kittle's cards are always so good, like such good like run blocking, and he does all the other stuff really well too. Like, dude, yeah. Like Kittle cards in Madden always like outperform. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, anyone else out there into football? You don't have to be. Honestly, if you said you hate organized sports, I would have been totally on the same page with you for like a major portion of my life. Yeah, exactly, talented. I was that way for a very long time. During the 90s, I was really into basketball. I didn't follow any other sports besides maybe a little hockey. Then starting in like high school in like the 2000s, I just hated organized sports because I was a snowboarder and like, no, it's cool to hate that shit. And then I finally started getting a little bit more back into it, like, I don't know, 6 years ago. I got you, David. So yeah, that's like a locals pride kind of thing for you. I get that. That makes sense. There's another streamer who's in like the Madden category by the name of Buffalo K. He's a big fan. He's from the area and all that. But yeah, he's in Buffalo. He's a fan of them. I think there's that band too. What is it? The Gin Blossoms? I think they're from Buffalo. So because you're from Buffalo, do you also like the Gin Blossoms? Goo Goo Dolls. Oh. Eh. Sorry. I like the Gin Blossoms. Goo Goo Dolls, they're the ones that did that one like Nicolas Cage Meg Ryan movie, right? Like the Angel movie. They did that song, yeah. So yeah, okay, not a fan. I thought it was Gin Blossoms, and I was like, oh, they got some cuts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. City of Angels was the movie. And I'm pretty sure Goo Goo Dolls are the ones that did like the main song from City of Angels. I fucking hate that song. So yeah, about that. Only one you know from them is Iris. Okay, so now hold on. I gotta double check. I feel like we're late enough in the day. We can start experimenting a bit. I think we're gonna skip the Gin Blossoms the Goo Goo Dolls as much as we can. Goo Goo Dolls Iris. Let me just double check. Oh god, I see the thumbnail. I hate it already. Let me just double check and make sure why I hate it. Oh, this song sucks. I'm kidding. This is Ned. Oh, this is the one from City of Angels. Yeah, that song fucking sucks. Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, no, that was the song from City of Angels. That song sucks. All right, so hold on. Gin Blossoms, I feel like have at least one. I can't remember which one I like. There's Till I Hear It From You. Oh, Follow You Down, I think, is the good one. Until I Fall Away might be good, too. Are these guys just clumsy? Are they just falling all the time? Is that it? All right, let's give Till I Hear It From You a try. Free Falling, there you go. This is like classic 90s, right? Not even like 2000s bullshit. Oh yeah, that's classic. Yeah, that one's not my bag. They have like one or two songs that are actually like really good. I don't know if that's that one. Jealousy? This one's okay. I remember this one. This is some classic 90s. Yeah, this like, dude, you know what? It's like so generically 90s that like, you can't hate it that much because it doesn't stand out. I mean, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. Nah, I'm good on that. But yeah, it is like perfectly classic 90s, you know? When I want to hear some like perfectly classic 90s, I'd probably rather listen to Counting Crows. But not a whole album. All right, so yeah, we're not going to hear this whole song either. No, thank you. But yeah, like I would take this shit any day over or Goo Goo Dolls. Fucking Goo Goo Dolls. Ugh. Ugh. Yep, yeah, classic 90s. Still not something I'd put on a driving mix. Nope. God, they're all so generically the same. Yeah. Oh, that one song by that band, was it Gin Blossoms? No. It was Counting Crows. Wait. I'm not gonna count Wallflowers. That doesn't count. No. It was definitely REM. That's a big no for me as well. Yeah, no, I'm good. I swear they had one good song, but I don't remember what it was. And we're not going to look for it anymore. Thought they had one. I guess I was wrong. Right, like the 90s had some fucking cuts, okay? So we're going to do 90s songs. When I think some of the best 90s stuff, no, not this. What the fuck is this? This is a Discover commercial? You remember when musicians had integrity and doing a commercial was the last thing they wanted to do? Yeah, I'm talking about you, Aaron. Whatever artist that was. Ugh. God. Take me back to the days when musicians knew that doing commercials was selling their fucking soul. But no soul to sell if you didn't have one to begin with. Early Incubus is not derivative, right? Like, yeah, popular Incubus is, but dude, Science and Make Yourself, fucking great. They're not derivative whatsoever. And they're like fully fucking original. Everything after that, yeah, pretty derivative. Cake. Yeah, Cake is some classic 90s too. Yeah, yeah, this is a classic 90s song. Yeah, this one's good. All right, so back to this bullshit. If we go to the HTML, we go to the body. Oh, and hold on. Wait. We did the svelte stuff. We did the init, but hold on. I forgot a step. All right, we do the init. Now we got to add a component or two. And we forgot to add these. Now, here we go. Can we do multiples? Yep. They mostly listen to Zoomer stuff, but you're still giving them the classics. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, did YouTube change up their layout? This seems different. There we go. Yeah, default view. Oh, I see what was going on. All right. What's some other solid 90s? Oh, yeah. Like Jane's Addiction, but not Jane Says. Ugh. Right, we'll do Mountain Song first. And then we'll do Been Caught Stealing after that. Like, dude, this bass line? I'm Spinner. And then hold on. What'd you say? To this day, one of your greatest accomplishments was your firstborn's first full song he learned was Queen's Fat Bottom Girls. That's cool. Damn, what's up, YouTube? YouTube's like chat is like connecting and disconnecting a bunch. There you go, Swampy. Glad you guys like it at least. I'm too much of a curmudgeon. Interesting. We're not getting any of these rappers to show up. Ooh, some neighbor's cooking some garlic or something that smells delicious. Oh, that smells real good. Stone Temple Pilots, fuck yeah, dude. Oh man. Yeah, their first couple albums, super good. I do drive a car. It's a 95 Subaru. Where I live in Washington, public transport just isn't there. It doesn't connect to Seattle. Yeah, and it's like it's still got less than 200,000 miles on it. Like I bought it with 114. I'm at like 170 now. And I bought it like 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I just you see how often I stream. When do you think I have time to drive anywhere? Like, dude, no, I'll drive to Stevens Pass, and that's like 100 miles round trip or something. Maybe 120. And then beyond that, I drive into Seattle once a month for Seattle JS. Sometimes for a concert. Like, so maybe like 3 or 4 times a month I drive into Seattle. But that's only like 12 miles in, 12 miles back kind of shit, you know? So yeah, like I don't drive much. Man, neighbors are cooking something that smells amazing. Good job, neighbors. I like the bass line in that last Jane's Addiction song, but this one gets my body moving more. This one's so good. And what was that last comment? That's fair. Your Sonata is about 5 years old and only has about 80K miles since you work from home. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, dude. And you have kids, so you got to actually drive places still, right? But still, like, yeah, working from home, it's crazy how many miles people put on things actually like driving into the office and shit. Like, fuck the office. Ugh. Like, dude. Like, if you were single, that same car would have like 20K on it right now. Right? Especially because of COVID. Oh, shit, damn. You're like old man style. No offense. Sorry, that was a bad joke. Ooh, Turkey is not ready, but you're an elder millennial? I think I am too. Yeah, I'm 41, man. You just got started on the family thing way early, which I really respect. All right, so I'm going to miss this song because I do want to go throw these two pot pies in, the big ones. And yeah, they'll take like an hour to go. So we got at least an hour. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. We just double check. I got the timing right. Ooh, and they picked the perfect next song. Sweet. I do need to log into fucking YouTube because what the hell, dude? Yeah, this song's amazing too. Pro soundtrack, am I right? People old enough definitely know. But yeah, conventional oven, 400, remove from outer carton. Oh, wrap the crust edge with aluminum foil? Yeah, I didn't do that. 70 minutes though? Yeah, 70 minutes. All right, so we just built. We just installed, and we should have access to that in here now. But it looks like no. And this is similar to the problem we had the other day where, like, the WebLLM wrapper thing is probably not pointing to the right thing. Let me double check. Okay, so no, we're actually good. It did export as we wanted. Good job on the SvelteKit CLI library wrapper. Fucking nailed it. Hell yeah. My lack of Svelte knowledge is catching up again. Yeah, exactly, dude. So good in a long drive. All right, so hold on. Let me sign in over here. Yeah, continue. Oh, shit, what is that password? Fuck. Oh, I nailed it. All right. Actually remembered my password? That's crazy. Ooh, Toadie's Possum Kingdom. Yeah. No one knows was actually right there. Yep. Yeah, I think that's just bullshit. All right, so yeah, Possum Kingdom. Yeah, do you want to die? Wait, son of a bitch. I just signed in. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you're right. This song. Yep. Classic. I was a big fan of this song before I even like moved to Seattle and was like into grunge, you know? Like back in Jersey. Big fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'll not Be a gentleman. Well, am I not allowed to do that? Okay. Oh, and it's this part with the $sign. Right. I don't think that's actually what I want to do there. Okay, so I got to read up on Svelte stuff. I'm a major Svelte noob. And I don't think I've used Svelte since they created runes, so this is still kind of new to me. No, Svelte. So Svelte is a JavaScript front end, or also like full stack framework. Yeah, I haven't done significant Svelte for a long time. I do know a lot of people that are big fans, right? Ben Davis, the dude who does a lot of like Theo's like YouTube management stuff, that dude's majorly into Svelte. Zayu, right? Zayu Dev, massively into Svelte. Honestly, I kind of want to like learn it more just because of the people I know that use it. Like CJ from Coding Garden, who rated us earlier. He's also a fan of Svelte. I think he's more a fan of Vue, but he likes both. And yeah, dude, like there are some things that I want to become more of an expert with just because people I know that I massively respect use these things. But also, like sometimes I just want to make something, and I don't want to bother like learning shit. He was streaming earlier today. He just rated us. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like to me, there's an obvious like thing of like, do I want to learn this thing to learn it? Or do I just want to make something that does what I need it to? And if I just want to make something, I could do it with Angular or React. And those are like my two most used frameworks. Does it mean that I think they're the best? Fuck no. It's just what I'm most familiar with and what I'm most productive with. And when I say Angular, I don't mean modern Angular even. I mean like 5 years ago Angular. Like without the signals stuff, right? I don't find RxJS that hard to deal with. I think the service abstraction over subjects is really fucking intuitive, but only because I've spent so much time doing it. So I think that's a major caveat. But if I just want to be productive and build something, it's either React or Angular. The majority of my side projects have been React. The majority of my like professional career has been Angular. Can I be productive in any of them? Yeah, given enough time. And that's a skill you should build, in my opinion, right? Your ability to be productive with whatever is a superpower. Be able to do that, and you're never without a job. Ooh, here's another classic 90s. But it doesn't have that same like 90s sound, you know? Like that Gin Blossoms bullshit. Like Counting Crows, you know? Funny thing, I actually chatted with, I think either the bassist or guitarist from this band. Because, yeah, they were a one-hit wonder, but he made his money, and now he's, like, in, like, the startup scene in Seattle. Because they're from Seattle, if you didn't know that. So yeah, like the fact that I've chatted with, yeah, I see him right now. Hold on, let me double check. He's the guitarist? Yeah, yeah. Dude, I've chatted with the guitarist and didn't even know it was him. And someone later was like, "Do you know who that was?" Nah, man, he just seemed like another dude who was into startups. Yeah, that shit, that blew my mind, actually. Like, man, Seattle is kind of like such a small world. Because really, think about it. Seattle's a small city when you consider it. Like, the sprawl is kind of big, but the amount of people in Seattle is really small compared to like big cities. Right? If we go look at the list, Seattle's number 18. Right? When you're talking about like size of cities, you're like Oklahoma City or Seattle, tomato, tomato. All right? It's like, what? Really? Yeah, Seattle's tiny as far as like the amount of people. It ends up being like a really small world, which is kind of fun. Yeah, Jacksonville's way up there. Dallas, San Diego, San Antonio. Like, there's so many cities that are way bigger than Seattle, right? Seattle, at least as an estimate, like 800,000 people. Like, dude, that's so small. I'm surprised that San Fran is actually that small. Yeah, Jacksonville, Florida. Yep. Yeah, Jacksonville is a bigger city than Seattle. Would you have ever guessed that? Would you have ever guessed that? Okay, I wouldn't have. If we go by like land area, well then yeah, Jacksonville is right up there by like Anchorage for like land area. So Jacksonville's actually smaller than Anchorage though. So then if I go and try and find Seattle in this list, where is Seattle there? Like, dude, is Portland technically bigger space-wise than Seattle? Where is Seattle? Shit. I lost it. Oh, we heard this song. Oh, come on. Come on. Wait. There we go. Pause. I'm gonna have to close a shitload of tabs. I think I'm running out of RAM. Okay. Yeah. Definitely running out of RAM. So yeah, continuing the 90s kick. Yeah, dude, as far as like the amount of land area, Seattle's at 105. What the fuck? So maybe that's it, right? Like Seattle just doesn't have enough space for the amount of people. Right? That's why Seattle's so expensive, I think. Because it's just there's not enough room. Like Spokane is a bigger city when it comes to like space. Scottsdale is bigger than Seattle. Like what the fuck? As far as like the amount of space? That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. So yeah, that's Seattle's problem. There's just not enough room. Anyway. Yeah, I like to get distracted. It's a holiday, right? But yeah, in-law childcare kind of thing. Yeah, makes sense. Damn. Yeah, makes sense, David. So wait, dude, you got like a major gap, right? Your oldest is like 16 and driving, and your youngest is like 2 years old? Interesting. 16, 13, and 2. I feel like the 2 was a possibly a mistake, but a happy mistake. But still maybe a mistake. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. All right, that's what I was saying. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to have one eventually, and I'm over 40, so, you know, is what it is. Yeah, I should almost start, like, freezing some sperm or something, huh? Right? Don't want one of those old sperm babies. Right? Like a little too pickled. Right? But I see stars like Robert De Niro still pumping them out, so it's like, I don't know. I think we're good. I think it's fine. Yeah, after dealing with two teenagers, no, that makes sense. I get that. I get that. I get that one. Hold on. So wait, cake is good. I would say The Distance isn't my favorite cake song though. But now I got to think like, what cake song would I want to hear? Oh, I mean that one's a little too sad. To me, coming from you, friend, is a four-letter word. No, that one hits too close to home right now. Too front of mind. No, I got the ones I like. Just give me a second. Let me find them. I think this might be my favorite, but meanwhile, Rick James is solid. Um, there's one other one that's really good too. Yes, we'll do this one. We'll do Meanwhile, Rick James, and we'll do Frank Sinatra. I think, yeah, I think that's the other one. Frank Sinatra. I think there's maybe a fourth one I'm thinking of too. But we'll listen to those three just to be sure. He is calling you, dude. Tomorrow, today. Yeah, All Survive's good. Are drifting right in front of the waning of the moon. Oh, I poured that one stiff. Turn the Screws is a good one. What's the one that was in Me, Myself, and Irene? Hem of Your Garment. Ooh, Hem of Your Garment. We might have to play Hem of Your Garment. Yeah, Hem of Your Garment. That's definitely up there. Like, it's crazy how many really, really good fucking songs they had. If you just think about their popular shit, it's a little meh. Like, I'm not a big fan of Short Skirt Lawn Jacket or Sheep Go to Heaven. They're good, but they're not my cup of tea. Now, Cake is a great band. They are really good. It'd be cool if Twitch viewers could control the music volume. I mean, do I need to make it louder? It seems like it's about where it needs to be. What I wish. And you want to jam? No, I get that, Krasner. What I wish is, yes, make it like a volume slider you could do, and it's just on your end. Like, so I could just like ship my audio as a separate track, and you could decide the mixing. That would be an amazing feature. Yeah, like a second audio channel. Yep. Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. This one doesn't seem like the original to me. No, the mixing's different, and the timing he's singing it at is different. No, the timing's off. Nah, like, his timing's just different. No, this part's different. Ooh, even this guitar riff is different. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's try. This sounds like it. This sounds like the original. Right? The last one, it was like he was singing through a telephone or something. This is the better version. This is the original. The last was some like remastered bullshit. Yeah. T1 like Tyler 1? I think Tyler 1 could kick the shit out of Grok. Have you seen that dude? He's jacked. Yeah, David, it's crazy how different this one is versus like what we were just hearing. Like, what was that other bullshit? It was bad. It was like straight up bad. This is cake. Yep. I'm just proud of myself that I was able to recognize it. Like, no, this is not the song that I've snowboarded to for the past 20 years. You know, like, damn. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. Can't put one past me, cake. All right, I do need to read some Svelte docs because something I'm doing here is wrong. Yeah, no, that's like the one. I don't know what that other bullshit was. That last one's like, dude, whatever that was before, that sucked. But yeah, cake. I think it is Frank Sinatra, like the second one I was thinking of. Meanwhile, Frank Sinatra sings "Stormy Weather" and the flies and the spiders get along together. Yeah, that's this one. Yep. Hell yeah, Alpha Zero. There's some really good cake songs. I think Fashion Nugget and Comfort Eagle are right there for like their best albums. Oh, there's a sneeze coming. I think we're good. Hey, what's up, Alan, Mr. Sir? Here in time for the sneeze? We'll see. Big stream tonight. Dude, we got like 3 big raids today. One from Spheriphoria, then one from Coding Garden, then one from Hypnotic Games. Like, yeah. Nah, we got blessed by the raid train. By the raid gods, you know? So yeah, I'm really happy with that. Yeah, exactly. But what were you up to on your stream, Alan? And hold on, did I do the other shout out yet? I think we did. Yeah. Cool. Sorry you couldn't contribute more? No, man. No, I just appreciate you having you here. Like, yeah, what were you doing? Working on Biddy, interactivity for your web pages. Just like an itty bitty bit of reactivity. Right, you just like sprinkle it in. If you get the DJ block, cake is the play. There you go. Yeah, we're on like a 90s kick at the moment. And to think, David, it all started because you mentioned Buffalo. And I was like, oh yeah, was that the Gin Blossoms? It's funny how like the inspiration strikes. You got some like docs and stuff going? If you want, you can share the link. Wait, it was REM, right? No, I think it was Counting Crows. Oh, I need to pass the whole like type single. And then I think the value is right. No, they still hate it. What the fuck, dude? Oh, cannot bind to a constant? Searching for your grandfather's gun. Oh, because I did it as a const. It needs to be a let. Ah, yeah. Like a glove. You wait till there's some good examples? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries, Alan. No, it sounds cool. Takes. There's nothing I do. Ooh, I got some other. Oh, are they 90s? I don't think they're actually 90s. But I kind of want to hear it anyway. Yeah, so we're no longer going to constrain ourselves to 90s. I know there's a lot of good 90s music, but you know what? Sometimes a song just jumps out. Sometimes a song just jumps out to you. Yeah, this next song, I'm actually looking forward to this band not being as big as they once were and maybe playing like the size of venues that I would like. The Daddy Mac will make you, but no, not that. Dude, Cake is so good. I need to make sure they're on my actual, like, snowboarding mix still. They used to be. All right, so here we go. Time for some Spoon. Yeah, absolutely, Alan. Yeah, I'd be happy to take a look when you're ready. And yeah, Alan, I know you're like old enough to appreciate them. I got to see The Faint like a month ago. It was a really good fucking show. Like, dude, they're 50 and still killing it. They still sound like the album, you know? What's up, C program lover? How you doing? I will say, C program lover, you should probably wear some protection because you don't want to come away with some unsafe memory, like pointer issues. You know, stay safe out there. I guess, does C even have pointers? That's more of a C++ thing, isn't it? It's been a long time since I wrote like pure C. It's been a long time since I wrote some pure C. What are we doing? We're building libraries that are wrappers around WebLLM for various frameworks. We've done Vue 3 and React already. We're doing the Svelte wrapper now. And the part we're working on is wiring up what I think is a done wrapper to an application to help us prove out that the wrapper is doing exactly what it needs. So if you're unaware, WebLLM exists as this thing that's powering this chat you might see and manipulate, and you can like pick models and all that stuff. But there's a simpler version of it that we are implementing as our like sandbox. And we're just making sure we can do this within the context of frameworks in a way that is like reactive for the things that need to be reactive. And sure, we're doing it in a lightweight way to where the only reactive part we truly care about is maybe like the instance of the engine, making that reactive to the model you've chosen. And then also caring about like the progress report of your download of a model, right? So it's more like we're making a wrapper for various frameworks so that application developers can consume WebLLM in whatever app they want to build. If you want more context on top of that, I got more context for you, but really, that doesn't matter as much. Like, you know, we got the goal that we need, and the reason I'm doing it for myself is really just tangential to building a library that other people can use. Like, I have a reason why I wanted to rap. Ooh, I fucking love this song. Yeah, we're no longer constrained to 90s. Fucking love this song. But yeah, so like I have an application in which I want to use WebLLM and I needed a React wrapper. And then I decided, well, could I make wrappers for other frameworks too? Rather than just solving my own problem, I can help other people solve their problems too. And that's just fun. But I could also make a conference talk about it too, right? Wink. Double wink. That's how you know it's good. But yeah, what's up, Bedro? Yeah, happy smallpox blanket day to everybody. Happy hunting buffalo to extinction day. Hold on. What did my friend say? This was another good one. I forgot what she said. Happy raping and pillaging of the natives day. Happy steal land that isn't yours day. Yeah, exactly, dude. Happy trading trinkets for gold day. Happy imperialism day. That's really what it is, right? I'm a cynical asshole. I'm not trying to ruin this day for anyone else. If you enjoy this holiday, it's more than what it used to be, right? What the day started for? Ugh, gross. But what it stands for today is like bringing family together. And I can get behind that. I can understand that part. The origin of the day? Ugh. What it means today, though? I can get behind that. No, I get it. Like, it's just simply, this is a day in which, whether you're patriotic or nationalist or whatever, who gives a shit? It's a day for you to, like, come together with family in a way that you probably haven't, at least for a year, right? And there's a lot of value to that. And I'm happy to encourage and embrace that definition of the holiday. I think that has value. The origin of the holiday, bullshit. What it's come to mean to people in general, I think is actually wholesome. So yeah, just because I'm some fucking hipster curmudgeon, ooh, holidays, gross. Like, no. It's not what the holiday started from. It's what it currently represents. And that matters more. So I can embrace the holiday while still poking fun at its origin. I'm less of a tree hugger. Now, when I go camping, I sleep in a van. I sleep in my car. I don't want to set up a fucking tent. Nah, I'm good. I will happily buy like a camping van rather than like setting up a tent and doing that bullshit. Ugh. You guys ready for like that last spoon song that we heard, right? That one was good. This is the actual best spoon song. This is the best spoon song. I will box somebody and lose just defending the fact that this is the best spoon song. I'd box the singer of the band and happily lose. I still want to defend my opinion. You saw Spoon at ACL years ago. What is ACL? Austin City Limits, right? Just making sure. Okay, just double checking. When I hear ACL, I'm like, oh God, please don't tear. Nobody ever appreciates their ACL until it's gone. Ooh, access control list. Ooh, there you go. I will say an access control list is probably the wrong abstraction. You probably want RBAC at the bare minimum, possibly even like REBAC instead. Right? Like role-based access control, pretty good. Even better, REBAC, which I forget what the re part stands for, but basically like Zanzibar at scale. PEBCAC. Ooh, there you go. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. Always. Always. Relationship-based access control. And relationship-based access control is at the core of Zanzibar, which is a thing that was actually released by Google and runs like the permission system on Spanner and Google Docs and all that shit. And AuthZed maintains a thing called SpiceDB that is actually just purely a permission system database. But it's about handling, did you share this with someone at scale, right? Like, what is the permission someone has towards this thing? Did you share editor permission? Did you share read permission? Like, all of this stuff is really like a linked list of permissions. And the moment that they don't have permission, you can bail out of the linked list. Role-based access control is purely about roles. And the difference between RBAC, right, role-based access control, and an ACL is simply in how you record that shit in your database. Access control lists, every single user needs to be added to the list, right? Whereas role-based access control, no, you just assign a role to that user. So an ACL is like a more naive solution to the same problem. Role-based access control is a lot more malleable, right? Like you can modify the role without modifying the user. Yes, file permissions on Linux are absolutely an ACL. Now, groups on Linux are more like role-based access. But access control lists on Linux at its bare minimum is actually user-based. And that is not necessarily scalable when you get to the massive scale of like web applications. On Linux, it works fine because you're only dealing with how many users you have on a Linux machine. 10, 20, maybe 100? That's easy. When you start scaling to hundreds of thousands, ACLs fall down. Right? And groups work, but you're still manually managing like the user's membership of that group instead of just assigning them a role. In role-based access control, you can assign multiple roles to a single user, and that gives you way more access. But then with reback, which goes even further, it's not even about the role you've given, but have you granted read access to a specific user or a group of users for a thing, like within your Google Drive folder, and then within that Google Drive folder, this specific file within it could actually have its own relationship-based access control. And how do you evaluate these things as this like linked list of permissions? And that is what Spanner has to deal with, right? Spanner is like Google's globally distributed database that runs like all of Google Docs, as an example, and all these shit they have internally too. They created a thing called Zanzibar, which is like this open specification they created that is behind the scenes of Spanner and all the shit Google does. And AuthZ has taken that white paper and made it into their own like software as a service thing. So yeah, right? Like permissions-based access control or policy-based access control, which is like, think like AWS's, what's the name of AWS's thing? Shit. Come on, someone help me here. Starts with an I. I am permissions. I am permissions are an implementation of policy-based access control. Meanwhile, like Google Zanzibar solves a slightly different problem. Right? So I am is actually kind of an industry standard. But can we just recognize that there is a fundamental difference between these things? And AuthZ, yes, they're a company that specializes in Zanzibar-style reback permissions, which means they have a vested interest in helping you understand the difference. But at some point, if you're dealing with permissions at scale, IAM or policy-based access control versus Google Zanzibar, tomato, tomato, they both solve the problem of permissions at scale. So if you're really, really trying to think about that, you thought AWS was ABAC based? What is ABAC then? So I might be wrong there, Koros. My bad. I always thought IAM was policy based. What is ABAC? Yeah, you might be calling me out. I might be totally wrong. What are ABAC permissions? I'm not. Oh, I guess I am seeing that somewhere. That's not a term that I'm like intimately familiar with. Attribute-based access control. Ooh, okay, so maybe IAM is a mixture of both because you can definitely implement policies in IAM, but you're right. Like you could make it attribute-based too. If you want to really like dial it down to the user. So really IAM is maybe a mixture of ABAC and PBAC. But it's fundamentally different from reback, right? So, okay, I would totally concede that point. You can do IAM in a way that is either attribute-based or policy-based. And that's up to you at like an organizational level. But they are still fundamentally different from reback. So I like that. No, that's a good point. That is a good distinction. IAM is so broad in the AWS context that it could be ABAC, it could be PBAC. It just depends. But they're still both not reback, right? And reback solves like fundamentally a different problem, you know? Like with an IAM-based approach, you're rarely like granting access to a random third party, you know? It's less about the relationship of you to another user or your organization to another user. Whereas, like, yeah, IAM and AWS have very specific things that they need to do. So ABAC is like the fine-grained per user approach, and then PBAC is you can assign users to a policy, and then you can group policies together. I like that. That's a good point. And there's a good video? Ooh, okay. Thanks, Twitch marketer. So let me just point out, like, RBAC is fundamentally different from REBAC, though. Yeah, you can use RBAC with ABAC, right? Like roles versus attributes, sure. Right? Roles versus policies, sure. But the moment you get into like REBAC is, yeah, you're in Google Drive and you want to click that share button, and then you change like, well, who can access this? Someone with the link? Someone within an org? Someone that I explicitly assign? And that is where like REBAC comes in, right? It's like the relationship between you and the person that granted you the access. So I would say REBAC is really still like outside of both of these things. And maybe IAM is a mixture of all of it, but I feel like IAM still doesn't handle the granting permissions to a random third-party thing. I could be wrong, but I don't know if I've seen IAM used in that way before. So that's at least like why I'm saying it isn't. To me, IAM solves role-based, attribute-based, or policy-based. But it doesn't necessarily solve the, I shared this with a random third party. Right? And that is like the relationship part that's just outside the scope of what I consider IAM to handle. Right? Like, am I understanding IAM correctly? Like, it doesn't handle the random third party. Yeah? But yeah, you gotta get going. No worries there, yo, David. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. Dude, it's 3 hours later. It's 11 at night. You're probably exhausted. Yeah, get some sleep, man. I'll be here tomorrow. What else am I gonna do? Shit. So, I'll see you tomorrow, yeah? Maybe? Possibly? No worries if not. We're gonna listen to this song. This song isn't like 90s or anything. This is just a good song. Music video is kind of creepy, but yeah. Yeah, and Kuros, it's not even like third-party services. It's access to third parties to your service, right? So just consider, like really just specifically consider Google Drive. You have a thing in Google Drive and you want to grant access to anyone with the link or one person you randomly specifically granted access to externally. Right? That's what I'm getting at. And I don't think there's anything that solves that in the same way that, like, REBAC solves that. And that's what, like, Zanzibar is meant to do, right? Zanzibar treats all of these relationships and all of these, like, permissions grants as just a linked list that you evaluate as you go through the chain. And that is just so fundamentally different from some of these other systems, right? At least as far as I understand it. I could be wrong. I did interview for a DevRel role at AuthZed. They wanted someone with more experience. I get it. You know, hiring's tough. I still fundamentally believe that Zanzibar as a permission system and companies that are building some abstraction around that are solving a problem that major businesses need to solve, but they don't know they need to solve it until they reinvent the wheel, you know? So if you could educate them ahead of time, that's how you win. But it's just a hard problem for a company like AuthZed to handle, you know? And yeah, like, honestly, would you hire a dude who just makes Twitch streams and YouTube videos and hasn't ever held a role in DevRel as your, like, first and only ever DevRel at a company where, like, DevRel is really, like, gonna be a big part of, like, your success or failure? So I don't blame AuthZed. I do think I could have fucking killed it because I believe in the product so much. But, you know, I don't have any negative feedback about the process. We went through the interview and they let me know pretty quickly, right? Like if I was a good fit. Like went through 3 or 4 interviews, but they didn't leave me hanging. Source graph. Right? And they were upfront. Like they needed someone with more experience. All right. I think they would have gotten me at a discount. Now, with the experience I have, I don't think they could afford me. It is a little bit Bedro, but yeah, most companies just don't understand that. I interviewed for a role like that for Solana, and I think I was really close, but then I made the mistake of being like, well, hold on. When I build a side project on stream on top of Solana, who owns it? And I think that right there put me out of the running because I wanted to own the side projects I build. Now, with the experience I have, I could go back and talk to the dude at Solana, probably. I think I got more leverage. Yeah, now you want a banana. Yeah. Not just a nano banana, just like a banana. Anyway, honestly, I love these conversations. The fact that you guys just let me rant, and I hope you gain value from these rants in even just like the smallest way. I'm really happy about that. Living on bananas and blow. All right, so yeah, we got to keep converting these things. Yeah, we got a button. My pot pies are going to be ready here in just a second. Bedro, you're in the middle of trying to figure out how to transition from IT to a dev role. So it's a little helpful giving some direction. I don't know about that because DevRel is totally separate. If you're in IT and the company you work for has dev roles, the easiest way for you to transition is to do so within the same company because getting another company to take a chance on you for your first dev role is tough. So you should be absolutely talking with your boss or your boss's boss about how you want to transition to dev. Because if you're a good worker, they want to keep you working there. If you're too good at the IT stuff, they want to keep you in IT, but they just got to know they're going to lose you no matter what. Right? So you got to be convincing them that moving you to dev is at least a good way to keep someone that they know is a good worker. And that should be it, right? But it's a delicate situation to approach, so I understand if you haven't had that conversation with your boss yet. But Namikuro, I'm going to be having turkey pot pies. That's my turkey dinner for Thanksgiving, right? Yeah. I went to the grocery store today to get these turkey pot pies. It would have been chicken pot pies, and I think that counts. Oh, I get it, Bedros. So yeah, there's no like transition for you there. So that's tough. So yeah, you just got to start interviewing elsewhere. Yeah, you just got to do it. Ooh. I'm so pumped. I got to see this band last year, like a week before TwitchCon. Dude, Alan, these guys kill it. Dude was playing his stand-up bass and everything, just shredding. This isn't necessarily my favorite song by them, but it's up there. Yeah, exactly, Bedro, right? You can have a job while you're like working on getting the next one. Don't quit the one you have until you've already got like an offer. Yeah. Do not quit a job. But yeah, Alan, when I went and saw these guys last year, I went to like a meetup beforehand, showed up late, but as I was walking in, they played my absolute favorite song. Shit. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Either it comes up or it doesn't. Not a big deal. And I don't necessarily feel like leaving yet. No, Super Bonbon, I actually really dislike Super Bonbon. No, it's from this same album. It's, St. Louise is Listening. That's my favorite song by this band. Yeah, in my opinion, El Oso, that's their best album. The one before it's a bit meh. It's got a couple songs that are good, but no, like El Oso is like Soul Coughing's masterpiece. Oh, $300 is super good too. Yeah. But that's also on this album, right? Like El Oso is a fucking masterpiece. On the floor. But how's the development been going today? So you read the today command earlier, and yeah, no, it's going good. We finished the Vue wrapper, and it works within the sandbox we created. We're currently working on the Svelte wrapper, and I am less familiar with Svelte than I am even Vue. So that's tough, but I think we're getting there. I will need to go grab the pot pies here in a minute, which is fine. If you guys are okay with me like slowly munching on some shit, right? Like chicken, like turkey pot pies, you know, while we hang out, I don't feel like I need to go. I hear the oven beeping at me. Native Slaying Day respec. Do you mean respect or respect? Like, you know. Native Slaying Day. Oh, Source and Sold. Yeah. Like, you saw my today command, right? Yeah. Happy Smallpox Blanket Day. Happy Hunting Buffalo to Extinction Day. Hold on. And then, yeah, I have like an old friend. She's the best. Hers was Happy Raping and Pillaging of Natives Day. So Native Slaying Day, you know, tomato. Yeah, exactly, Sourced. Yeah. Totally, man. Here's the thing I just want to point out, though. As cynical as we are with the way we're phrasing this, Thanksgiving has come to mean more than its origin. And the modern meaning of Thanksgiving is meet up with the family that you haven't seen in ages. Because when was the last time you talked to them? You know? So just appreciate it for the way it connects people in a way that you wouldn't do outside of having a holiday for it. And I think that has a lot of value. Like, I can be a cynical asshole as much as I want, but I can recognize the value of we've got 1 or 2 days a year in which we actually bring our families together. Can we recognize that value? Yes. Yeah, so sourced. I mean, I live in Washington State. I don't have any family nearby, but I understand that other people treat Thanksgiving as a way to meet with family that they haven't seen in ages. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean that I don't understand that that's the current value of the holiday. So, BRB, give me a sec. Okay. To big old turkey pot pies. That's a turkey dinner, right? Ooh, shit. This cover of War Pigs? Solid. Look at that bowl of slop. Oh, yeah, that looks good. I gotta be careful. I could bite into it right now and burn the roof of my mouth and the top of my tongue and not be able to taste anything for like 3 days. Pacing myself. It is a ballsy song to cover, and they did it so much justice. Yeah. You want to know one of my favorite things? When someone does a cover so well, you think it's the original. I'm not saying this did that, but like, dude, All Along the Watchtower? Yeah, that's not a Jimi Hendrix song. That's a Bob Dylan song. But you know what? Nah, he owns it. Sorry, nope. Sorry, Bob. It's Jimmy's now. Anyone got any other examples? I'd say Ella Fitzgerald covering Girl from Ipanema. She does Boy from Ipanema, but dude, yeah, Ella Fitzgerald. That's the new canonical version. Ooh, this pot pie is looking good. All right, so in Svelte, is it really an @click? Yeah, I'm a Svelte noob. I gotta look this shit up. Shit. Well, shit. Ooh, this song's good. Ooh, and hold on, real quick. Shreyas, who we haven't seen here in stream in ages, how dare they? No, it's fine, I get it. Time zones and shit. But yeah, no, Shreyas is the best. They're super good. So he mentions that, right? What about Svelte 3? I see 11% downloads. In most cases, if I can make it work in Svelte 4, it should just work in Svelte 3. There are some changes to types and custom element exports, but that's pretty much it. Awesome. I'm not exporting components, just state style hooks. So I should be good. Thanks. And what's up, Revisualize? Yeah, how you doing? What you been up to? All right, am I going to burn my tongue? Nailed it. Dude, chicken pot pie, turkey pot pie, technically. So good. I need to learn how to make these at home. Chilling, living life, working, studying, you know, life be lifing. Sure. Oh, yeah, no, we're chilling. No, we're having a great day. I hope y'all are too. Like, seriously. Don't let me have all the fun. All right, so how do I do a click? It's like a... No, it's not bind. It is on. So it's on colon click, and we can do like increment count. Can I do an inline function? Is that okay? Ooh. Oh, this is a good one. Wait, what did I do? Did I lose connection? What's the deal? Am I running low on RAM? YouTube, you trying to fuck me? Let me double check this. Let me see where I'm sitting on RAM. Because if I totally lose RAM... Ooh. That's some heavy memory pressure. All right, so hold on. Now, we're going to completely restart Chrome because it's chewing up 5 gigs of RAM, and I don't know why. We'll just relaunch to update. Brave is chewing up a chunk, too. Damn, Chrome's already back up to 4 gig. Yeah, I need to reboot soon. We're at 70% memory pressure on the stream machine. That's like borderline like crashing OBS territory. Woo! And then hold on, let me read some stuff. You never tried Popeyes? Maybe on your next trip to the U.S.? Sure, it's just fried chicken. You could learn how to make fried chicken at home and probably make better fried chicken. I'm just gonna say that right now. The fried chicken I make at home, I like better than KFC. So wait, why is this yelling at me? That's on your list, fried chicken at home? Yeah. I mean, I will warn you, once you get really good at your own home, like fried chicken, you're not going to want to eat it anywhere else. Like, I can't eat chicken fried steak anywhere else either. Especially because most places, when they do chicken fried steak, they count on drowning it in gravy because they don't want you. Sorry for the burp. They don't want you to recognize that they were letting it die under the fucking heat lamp. Like soggy chicken fried steak. That shit sucks. Yeah, exactly, Alan. But so many restaurants just want to like disguise how soggy their chicken fried steak is by just drowning it in gravy ahead of time. Olama requires that you have that installed locally. WebLLM runs as part of your web application, so a user doesn't have to deal with any of that shit. So just think about the consumers of a web app that you built, and you want to add some AI shit to it without them blowing up your bill. They could run WebLLM from their machine without having to deal with any of that fucking like Olama LM Studio bullshit. Right? But it still gets direct access to your GPU via the Web GPU API, which is really fucking powerful. Right? So Olama requires that your users go through extra steps. WebLLM only requires that they click a button in your web app, and it's done. Exactly. Yep. This is Animal Collective. If you do exclamation point song, you can pretty much always get the song that's currently playing before it ends, you know. Mm-hmm. So, anyone know why this is giving me grief? Oh, I know Phoenix is a band. I forget what song they made. They got at least one song I like, but this is not Phoenix. Ooh, the bot did an update for this one? Hold up. Why did the bot not update for this? Yeah, so that's inaccurate. Let me try it one more time here in a sec. Huh. All right, well, technically we got a bug. Oh, hold on. I did restart. Let's try it one more time. Okay. Yeah, I think the reboot got me. It should be good from now on. All right, so yeah. Anyone have any idea why my on click handler is no good? Yeah, exactly, caveman. Yep. And if you want to get it into a framework of your choice, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build that abstraction so you can just use it in whatever app you want to build. So if there's a framework I haven't done yet that you want to use, I'd happily take your support in helping me build that, right? Do you want to do a Vue 2 library? Do you want to do the solid one? Do you want to do it for Angular? For Ember? Yeah, there's stuff, man. But yeah, what's your like framework of choice? Because I need help. Because I don't necessarily want to build every single one, but I will if I have to. And hey, all right. So yeah, it was just a weird thing about like rebooting the browser. So we got there. React these days. All right. So I got the React wrapper. I don't have it published to npm yet. But yeah, you like this Alpha Zero? Yeah, it's a good song. Yeah, Metronomy's super good. In fact, the playlist is giving us some like songs it wants to do, but I'm gonna put on some more Metronomy for sure. Yeah, there you go, Alan. Hell yeah. I mean, you're not a big boy till it's driven by your CI/CD process. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You do whatever you want, man. Yeah, no worries, caveman. I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, it's around 11 for you. Yep. Almost midnight, actually, right? Depends on time zone. But yeah. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow if you want to like chat more about it, etc. Yeah, just thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all y'all being here on this. It's just random Thanksgiving. Yeah, this is cool. But yeah, we got to figure out why this button's not working. Like, I should be able to do an on click. Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, there you go, Alpha. 1:36 a.m. for you. Is that Brazil? Right? Brazil mentioned? Chile. Gotcha. Wow, I didn't realize Chile was still like that far over. Interesting. Huh. Ooh, this one. Yeah, metronomy. I think that's all the chunks of turkey. Oh, I might see one more. Two of these pot pies was too much. I could have done just one. Yeah, this is a band I'd love to see in concert. I haven't seen them in concert yet. So yeah, root as button. Button should be totally valid. Like, yeah, I shouldn't have to do button.root, right? According to like what they got in there. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem right either. Where my spelt experts at? No. Hold on. We're going to go back. Yeah. So today is Thanksgiving, and then tomorrow is just a day off, and then there's like the weekend. So it's a 4-day weekend. It's quite nice. God, those pot pies were good. Super good. I mean, we got a whole month left of the year. I wish I could say I'm done working for the year. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. Yeah, none of this seems like it would be the issue. No. So Thanksgiving is usually like a family event, right? So on Thanksgiving Day, like people like meet up with like family and they come from out of town and do that stuff. I don't have family nearby, so I'm not doing that part. Um, but there is the case where some people do like a Friendsgiving type event. And that'll usually happen on like a Friday or something. But it's usually not like going out. You know, it's like you go to someone's house and, you drink and chill. All right, well, let me just try this. Now, I guess here's the thing. Why am I not seeing select a model? Yeah. So think of Thanksgiving like a Christmas Eve dinner, right? Yeah, very similar. When you really think about it, holidays in the US are spaced out to be basically once a month to stimulate the economy. That's really what it is. I know that's a bit of a cynical approach to it, but it's fucking true, isn't it? Like, really think about it. So, yeah, every month tends to have a holiday that gets celebrated for money reasons. It's not like a hard and fast rule, but it's getting there. It depends on what kind of dev you are. Froyo, what people aren't recognizing is we're in a fucking recession. People just aren't admitting to it. If you don't have 5 years of experience on the front end, yeah, you're getting kind of fucked. Being propped up by AI? Kind of, but actually, AI is just an excuse companies are using to fire people. All these big companies doing layoffs, they're blaming AI, but they're fucking liars. They're laying people off because we're in a recession. They're laying people off because they want to offshore. But they can just blame the boogeyman of AI, and it doesn't affect their bottom line. So yeah, like, it's total bullshit, in my opinion. Yep. Close a bunch of tabs just in the hope that it frees up enough RAM that we don't crash. And then, yeah, let's play this song because this is a better song. It's a way better song. But yeah, what the fuck is wrong with my click handler, dude? Can anyone actually see anything wrong with my click handler? Right? Like an on click for a button. Here's my function. Like, do I need to make it reactive? Do I need to attach it to like the dollar sign bullshit? I don't think I have to, right? Like, I should just be able to access that, yeah? Like, based upon what we've been seeing in other shit. right? They're not doing anything special. It's just function increment count. And then they assign it, and then blah, 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 done. The only difference is they're doing it for a regular button. I'm doing it for the ShadCN Svelte button. Do we think that's where the bullshit lies? Am I about to go on a rant about the Svelte component ecosystem? Make it an arrow function? So we did that earlier. And I got nothing. I've tried Codex lightly. It's meh. When it comes to CLI tools, I think Codex fucking sucks. The model behind it might be pretty good. But as far as like a CLI tool goes, it's majorly lagging behind stuff like OpenCode. Like Gemini CLI fucking sucks compared to OpenCode. I'd say even Claude Code sucks compared to OpenCode at this point. But just recognize that there's a difference between the model you're using behind the scenes and the tool that is orchestrating that model. I think Codex, Claude Code, Gemini, they're like the minimal effort they could put in, you know? It is supposed to be on : click. Yeah, this is Svelte. Yeah, I really think like OpenCode is at the forefront of actually pushing these CLI tools. Right? Like all these other things are just wrappers around their own proprietary model. And you can call out to those models from OpenCode anyway, so fuck it. Who cares? Right? Now, I haven't given open hands, or all hands, nearly enough of a try. That'll be my next major push towards embracing these like CLI coding tools. But I'm not trying to use those tools for things where I want to think about the problem, right? I'm going to use those tools for hammering out shit that I don't want to think about. Like the browser extension we just made. I am more than happy to let some fucking CLI AI tool solve a problem like this because it's so small and like well-defined that I don't give a shit about the code behind it. But if I'm building a thing that I want to maintain, I'm not gonna fucking YOLO code that shit. For this, yeah, YOLO coding worked great. On-click download model. You mean the thing that we just had? As I undo? Yeah, totally, dude. That's what we were doing already. For some reason, it just seems like a flaw with the button. Like, if I were to make this just a regular old button instead of the ShadCN button, I bet we're good to go, right? So then at that point, it's just some bullshit. Sure, it'll like yellow tag me, but it's fine, right? So there's something fucked there. So hold on. On click is deprecated. So maybe that's what the issue is, right? On::click is deprecated, and I just need to use on::click instead. That was it. Okay. That was it. So that's a shadcn thing. At least like regular button would support both because it's deprecated, not disallowed. But the shadcn version of it, no, it's only the bullshit. So I get it. That was it. Touche. And maybe that's what someone was saying, like, is on::click really what I want? I thought it was. According to Svelte docs, yeah, totally, dude. Why are the Svelte docs giving us an out-of-date version of this? Shouldn't it have just been that? So yeah, I don't know. I think we ran into some like bullshit of the docs. No, I get that try-catch angler. What I'm getting at is on::click is still supported, even though deprecated. The shadcn version of that component is not supporting that, which I guess makes sense, but at the same time, like, dude, why is the deprecated version of this the thing that the docs are showing us? Right? Like, why was this the default? Their docs are fucking up. If this is deprecated. Like, why would they even do the deprecated thing here? So, Svelte's docs are fucking up. Massively. Like, if it's deprecated, it shouldn't be recommended. If this had shown us that, I would have tried that, you know? So their official documentation is out of date. That's fucking weird, dude. You can play devil's advocate all you want. It's just shitty documentation. No, it's them fucking up at the framework level. Right? And if they don't care about their docs, why should I give a shit about their framework? You know? That's my biggest problem. Docs are looked at as tech debt when they should be looked at as the top of the funnel, you know? So yeah, no, this is a major problem I have with all these niche frameworks. They treat documentation as an afterthought. That's a fucking problem, dude. But yes, I agree. Button, sure. Right? Button here is from the shadcn implementation. Can we just point out? The shadcn implementation doesn't have any examples of wiring up a listener. So also, a fucking docs problem, dude. Yeah, it's a major documentation issue. Yeah, read the fucking manual. Oh, wait, the manual's wrong. You know, like, fuck, man. How do you expect anyone to be productive when your docs aren't even right? Like, I got major complaints, but, you know, whatever. I think Svelte is definitely worth checking out. The things it's doing are interesting. I think React is good. All of the frameworks are good, but man, when it comes to documentation, some of these things are fucking blowing it. Last year, when we were doing the Solid.js hackathon, we ran into a bunch of fucking library issues trying to use their equivalent of ShadCN. I forget the name of it now. What was the name of it? Was it Solid UI? Yeah, it was Solid UI. And Solid UI, we ran into so many fucking issues. It was really annoying. Like, really annoying. Now, it's open source. Could I help make it better? Yeah. But this is the reason why I don't use anything other than React when I'm trying to just get shit done. Because I don't want to fight the libraries I'm using. I don't want to fight their outdated documentation. I don't want to fight the lack of an existing library for a thing. And every single niche framework needs to understand that. And that's the fundamental difference between library and framework authors versus application devs. You can't make an application dev give a shit about something that they need to be an expert on to actually understand where the docs are wrong. The docs should be right. And you're never going to make an application author give a shit about the framework docs. The moment they get burned by your framework docs or your library docs, they're just not going to use it anymore. Oh, yeah, adjusting an Aeron is tough. I don't know if you got an Aeron that has the thing at the front of the seat where it like rolls down at the front. That is my absolute favorite feature because I have these short stubby legs, and if I don't have that roll down, I end up having that like dangling leg feeling. Dude, the absolute best adjustment is that one at the front of your seat where you can just like roll it down. So fucking good. Yeah. Yeah, I have a Mira, the Mira 2, and the Mira 2 has that, I think, depending on which version you buy, right? Because you could buy one that doesn't have that, and then you're fucked. Yeah, I'm not sure that part matters. It's still going to be the same parts. Right? Where it's assembled matters way less. Finally being able to touch the floor with your feet at a right angle. Ooh, what I would actually get at though is you probably want to get like a footrest or something that allows your feet to have that like up angle a bit. You don't actually want flat feet from your chair. You want to get a foot pad that like angles your feet up a bit. And if you don't trust me on that one, you can look it up. You know? Legs at a right angle? Okay, sure. But yeah, get like a footrest that allows you to do like the feet up a little. And yeah, there's like all sorts of like posture and like sitting ergonomics things that will point that out to you. Putting your feet on your subwoofer. Oof. Yeah, right. Like just like kicking them out. But that ends up being kind of bad for your knees because then your legs get lazy and you start doing like that bow. And it's just putting all that extra like strain on your knees. So yeah. Yep. No, I get it. I've done it all. Short kings represent, right? Maybe you're tall, but you still got the same problem. I don't know. The lean back tension. I don't know that one. Yeah, I typically don't lean back at all. Hmm. Oh, that might be an Aeron thing. I don't think my Mira has that. All right, so here's a question. I'm doing the whole bind value thing for this select, but I want to debug what selected model is changing to as I click it. Honestly, no. The fact that we're seeing it get represented there means that it should be right. So now I guess like downloaded model just isn't working. So hold on. Console.log. Nah, I'm good on debugger. Thank you, though. Okay, so we do see the download kicking off. Okay. Oh, I guess we're not going to see it there because I've already downloaded that one. Oh, so if I were to get like this one, and then we might see it over here. Yeah. Okay, so that was it. That was it. All right, now I got it. So then, yes, the state at which we want to do this. You know what? No, that's a good song. Dude, Chrome's fucking up. Yeah, I need to reboot this PC here eventually. I haven't rebooted this PC in like 2 months. Yeah, Brave is also kind of fucking up on me too. Yeah, that's annoying. All right, we'll give it a shot. Yeah, you like the idea of a new chair, but you just saw the Mira's price. Maybe another time. Yeah, don't get it until you're like a dev, Alex. Right? You got way more work to do, way more shit to do. Right? How your side projects doing? Now I get it. I get it. I'm just saying. I should probably be getting on your case about putting in the work, right? It's not going to just magically happen just because you watch some YouTube videos and you go to some meetups. You got to put in the work. Like, you can be building side projects while you're hanging out lurking here. You should be building side projects while you're doing that. I know. I get it, Jason. I'm just saying. Dev is one of those things where you get out what you put in. It doesn't just magically happen. That said, Alex, we playing some more Pal World tomorrow? Or no? Saturday? Hell yeah. Yeah, obviously. Same time we've been doing it. But yeah, if you need to join later, I get that. That's fine. Ooh, right. So we're exporting this progress report as a store, but we want the text out of it. Do I have to subscribe to that? Or is there like a utility I can use to just pass a store directly to the template? Oh, so I just put a dollar sign in front of it? Okay, so we just heard this song. Dream job for you would be developing a proof of concept every week on any topic you want. Yeah, that's a tough job. But you can definitely, like, build your skills that way. For sure. Yeah, so I think we've got some state issues here. It's just me being less familiar with Svelte. But I think we're getting there. But it's also 9 p.m. I kind of want to hop over to gaming stream. Just to wind down for the night, you know. Also kind of got to use the restroom. So, who do we go raid? Like, who's streaming right now? Ooh. We haven't had a chance to raid Keto Kibu in a while. And he's only been going 20 minutes, so yeah, perfect timing. So we're going to go raid Keto Kibu. He's a good dude. He's one of our Get Kraken ambassadors, and he kills it. Like, he does the work of dozens of ambassadors. Like, he's the man. The chat is embedded or accessed via an extension? What do you mean by that? You mean like the chat right there? It's just like a WebSocket listener to Twitch's like chat API. Yeah, that's Stream Parrot. But yeah, so we're gonna go say hi to Keto Kibu. He is doing some C# work. He is building a thing called VeloPack, which is pretty damn cool. Oh, you're saying WebLLM. Like, it's embedded. Not an extension. So if you wanted to build it into your application, it would just be a library you bring in and you decide how to show anything it's doing. So yeah, people on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good turkey day today. It was fun. I'll be back here tomorrow because it's just pretty much a regular Friday tomorrow. If anyone wants to hang out on the gaming channel, I'll be on Griffing and Chill. We're going to play some game as we wrap up the night tonight. I'm not sure what game yet. We'll figure that out. And that goes for here on Twitch as well. Gaming channel is Griffing and Chill. But we're going to go right into Keto Kibu. And he's a good dude. He's doing some C# magic, but he's also just a nice guy. So say hi, give him a follow. And I'll see you guys over there. I'll see some of y'all in gaming, and I'll see the rest of y'all tomorrow. Yeah?